Good games in the casual just redeemed Merriam-Webster word of the day, instano. Good games in the casual just redeemed hydrate. Good games in the casual just redeemed posture check.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. I finally have energy, so I've been really looking forward to streaming all week. And now I'm here. I got the familiar pre-stream jitters though. I'm all anxious. It'll go away once I actually start streaming. Okay. I have my model set to a specific pose. I'm just trying them out to see which one I like best. This one seems okay so far. If a little far out. What else was I gonna do? Nothing. Okay. We had a turnabout countdown, which was for dual Destinies. And now we're on episode 2, the monstrous turnabout. Oh, I almost forgot to go live on YouTube. Oh, YouTube. Look at this animation. It'll be like we're having an anime watch party.
Long, long ago, the nine-tailed fox defeated the evil Tenmataro and sealed the fallen demon away. To this day, it is said that he slumbers even still within the forbidden chamber.
Night-night, Alderman. Sweet dreams.
Whoa! What a brutal murder off the bat. Alderman. Okay.
At long last,
An elected official.
the revival of Tenmataro is at hand.
I appreciate that the actors are saying Taro. A few months prior to the courthouse bombing. April 17th, 12:13 p.m. Write Anything Agency. Guess I'm a little early. Oh, hey Apollo! Getting an early start today? Yeah, this is the first job I've had in a while after all. Well, aren't we all fired up? Well, it's not every day I get a call from Mr. Wright. What kind of work is it anyway? Mr. Wright didn't mention any details. Work? Is that how he put it? Don't tell me he just wants me to clean the toilet again. You've really become a fixture around here, Apollo. Come to think of it, it's been almost a year since I was hired. A lot's happened since then. But I've settled in nicely despite a few bumps in the road. My name is Apollo Justice. I've been practicing law for about a year, but I still have a lot to learn. This is the Write Anything Agency, and it's where I work. Don't let the name fool you. It's definitely a law agency. But don't forget that this place is a talent agency too, Polly. It's the law agency part of this office that's usually forgotten. This is Trusty Wright, a budding magician, and adopted daughter of the agency's owner, Phoenix Wright. Aw, they don't know that they're siblings yet? Aw, how sad. She sometimes makes me help her with her magic tricks. And what's wrong with that? You're one of the agency's talents as well. I was under the impression that I was a lawyer. Oh, we'd better hurry. Doesn't look like Daddy's gonna make it, so let's get going. Huh? Where are we going? What about the job you mentioned? This is the job, Polly. You're supposed to keep me company today. Now, come on. Another day of not being a lawyer. Should have seen this coming. Well, this is the Write Anything Agency, you know? And there's no law-related work at the moment, so...
Tell me again why I chose to work here? Where is Mr. Wright anyway?
Daddy said something about going to meet an acquaintance. But don't worry, just focus on your job and I'll tell you exactly what you need to know. Well, let's go. We don't have all day.
Wait a second. Sigh, and another day of anything goes began to the Wright Anything Agency.
April 17th, 1:30 p.m. Nine Tails Vale, Yokai Lane. Oh, how cute!
Whew. So what are we doing way up here in the mountains?
This is Nine Tails Vale. Everyone's been talking about the yokai craze here.
Yokai? Oh, you mean Japanese monsters? Guess that explains all these weird things. Speaking of which, wasn't Nine Tails Vale founded by Japanese immigrants?
Yeah, they're holding a festival to boost tourism over at the Alderman's Manor. My friend who works there invited us. That's why we're here.
In other words, I'm your chaperone because your dad was too busy.
Daddy said that those with horns of yours, you'd make a great addition to their festival. I mean, you look just like a Japanese demon. Wasn't that so thoughtful of him, Polly?
I could do without thoughtfulness like that.
You remind me of a demon, Polly. Isn't that a great compliment? Is it not derogatory? Absolutely not. Oh, it's almost time. Come on, Polly. The festival grounds are this way.
Alright, guess it's time to move to QB Manor Garden.
What? I can't look at all the cool things around here?
Okay, let's present. My cherished attorney's badge. Putting it on makes me feel ready. Check it out.
You're so lucky, Apollo. Everyone can see what you do with just a flash of your badge.
A little silly for me saying. What do you mean? You just put this on and you're just like, no one's gonna know that I'm a magician, actually. I'm super low-key. What about you, Trucy? People can tell you're a magician by the way you're dressed.
Yeah, but I can't always dress like this. Like when I'm at school and stuff.
You could always show you're a magician by making things appear or disappear.
You mean like this? 3, 2, 1. Ta-da!
Magic or no, aren't you a little old to be showing those things in public?
Then maybe I'll become a lawyer, too.
You're abandoning your dream just like that? Wow, this place is really something.
It definitely feels like a different world here.
Trucy.
Jinxie!
And this is?
My friend Jinxie Tenma. She's the one who invited us. She just happens to be the maid here.
Two horns, a love of red. Are you a demon? No! I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you. He is a demon. What the? Be gone, foul beast.
You look great, Polly. Filled in some of that space on your forehead.
What is this thing?
It's a warding charm. Jinxie puts them on all the monsters she finds.
But I'm not a monster.
Maybe I should have told her you're a good demon.
Or you could just say I'm human? Red demon, emissary of the underworld. I got up early to do my hair for this. Can I take this off now? So you can eat me? I'm not going to eat you. Forgive me, oh terrible one.
Tone down your cords of steel, Apollo. You're scaring her out of her wits.
Don't worry. I'm already full. Please stay that way. Great. Now I'm playing along too.
Get a load of this. Never mind. Nine Tails Vale.
So I wanted to ask you about Nine Tails Vale. Oh! Be gone, foul demon!
Looks like you've been demonized, Polly. Literally.
I'm starting to wonder if I really am a demon myself. Eek! Please don't eat me. I have food if you're hungry.
This isn't working. We won't get anything out of her until we set the record straight.
If only we had some way to prove you're not as scary as you look.
Ouch, unnecessary roughness. Looks like I have to present some proof. Proof that I'm 100% human.
Oh, I guess I get to, flash the badge at her. Again.
I wanted to show you this.
Eek! What is it?
It's my attorney's badge. You see? I'm not a demon, I'm a lawyer.
To some people, lawyers are demons. Really? You're a lawyer?
Whew, maybe now she'll stop calling me a demon.
Does it protect you from Enmadaio's judgment?
Who's Enmadaio?
I read somewhere that he's a demon lord who judges the dead for their sins. Uh-oh! I think now she thinks you're a demon lawyer from hell, Polly.
Can I go back to being just a normal demon?
Please don't boil me in a scalding cauldron. I'd prefer a Turkish bath if possible.
A Turkish bath? Isn't that more sauna than bath?
Don't worry, Jinxie. He's a good demon. He'll save you if you ever go astray. Eek! Please, Mr. Demon Lawyer, sir, have mercy on my soul.
I told you I'm not a demon. In truth, you're just making things... Ah! You just leave that Enmadaio to me.
Isn't that great, Jinxie? I'm no longer scared to cross into the afterlife.
Will someone tell these two I'm human already?
So, Jinxie, I hear this village is the epicenter of the monster craze. Uh-huh. Barely anyone had even heard of it before, but now it's packed with tourists.
Really? So the monster craze is the reason behind today's festival?
It was the alderman's idea, but I'd be careful if I were you. There are lots and lots of yokai prowling about Nine-Tailed Vale.
Prowling about? You mean like wild animals or something?
Uh-huh, and they're hungry too.
Man-eating monsters? And they're all over the place?
In fact, there was one at the manor yesterday. I heard the doorbell ring, but when I opened the door, nobody was there. It was the Ding-Dong Demon. How else could you explain it?
Well, when I was a kid, my friends used to play this prank called Ding Dong Ditch.
Well, that doesn't prove yokai aren't real. There's even one here at the manor. The demon Tenma. He's imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber.
Tenma? Taro? The Forbidden Chamber? About that yokai you said was imprisoned here at the manor. Is it true?
Uh-huh. He's a super evil demon named Tenma. Here, take a look at this scroll. Tenma is the dark demon you see here. He's super evil and super scary.
So that's the yokai imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber?
Uh-huh. He was defeated by the village guardian yokai, the Nine-Tailed Fox, and locked away forever.
So, you're saying Tenma is still trapped inside the Forbidden Chamber?
Uh-huh. But he's just biding his time until he can escape. Still, we should be perfectly safe. Because there's a really powerful sealing charm in the door keeping it shut tight.
What a arming security system.
You can keep the scroll if you want. The alderman gave me this, but just holding it gives me the chills, so...
Thanks, Jinxie. Maybe I'll give this to Mr. Right. Yokai Legend scroll added to the court record. A scroll depicting the demon Tenma and the Nine-Tailed Fox. So, I was wondering, are those things in your forehead also warding charms, Jinxie?
Yes, they're to prevent evil things from getting inside me. Papa told me to wear them.
Evil things?
Apollo, don't you dare take those charms off her forehead. They have to stay there, forever. Got it?
I wonder what would happen if I did take them off.
Time for me to get back to work. Thanks for inviting us, Jinxie.
I'm gonna say thanks for the invitation.
You're welcome. Oh, and before I forget, there's going to be a surprise event today. Even I don't know what to expect, but it's sure to be fun.
Better not be a yokai parade. She'd probably drop dead from fright.
Ah! The demon! Oh, wait. It's just someone in a suit, right? Tenmataro! Tenmataro? The demon from the Forbidden Chamber? Please don't hurt me! Be gone! Be gone! Be gone! Hiss! Better watch out, little girl, or I'll snatch you away. Charm! Where's that dying go to heaven charm? Oh, he put it on her forehead this time. He sure gives up quick. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces? Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that. Lower your eyes. He'll steal your soul if you're not careful. Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? Your devilry stops here and now, Tenmataro. Now what?
Look, Apollo! There's somebody up on the roof!
That booming laugh. Could it be? My 9 golden tails are proof of my unassailable righteousness. With my band of 100 minions, I vanquished evil for the land. I am the wrestler of righteousness. Yaha! The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetales, is here. Fear not, good little boys and girls, for I shall defeat Tenmataro.
Hooray! Hooray! It's the amazing Ninetales!
Up to your no-good tricks again, eh, Tenmataro? Well, not on my watch. Ah! There's nothing to fear now, my child. I have banished Tenmataro. You and your people can now live in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Amazing Ninetales, sir.
Now I must be off. Another match and another fold to vanquish. Oh, wait! What was that all about? Did that wrestler just chase off a yokai? Looked like he came out of the Alderman's manor.
That was the amazing Ninetales! He's a pro wrestler from right here in Ninetales Vale. But no one knows his true identity.
Jinxie sure seems chipper all of a sudden. What was that all about, him banishing Tenmataro?
That was a yokai exorcism. It's an annual ritual where Tenmataro is released to remind us of his wickedness. In the end, the nine-tailed fox drives Tenmataro out and purifies her village. But the amazing Ninetales did the honors this year.
So that was the big surprise, huh? The amazing Ninetales and Tenmataro, huh? Well, whatever floats her boat.
Oh, would you look at the time? I better get back to work. Please excuse me.
She's a strange one, all right.
I think she's sweet in her own special way.
Knowing Trusty, she probably has lots of friends who are sweet in their own way. She's quite the character, yeah.
Well, we still have some time to kill. Might as well see the rest of Ninetales Vale while we're here.
The fun never stops, does it?
I think I bought nearly every yokai souvenir that was for sale.
I know, because my wallet's running on empty.
What's with all the commotion over there?
Huh? Hey, isn't that your friend Jinxie? I hope everything's okay.
This is terrible. Calm down, Jinxie. Tell us what happened. The demon Tenmataro killed Alderman Cubie.
What?
Wait, killed as in dead? Yes, and Tenmataro did it.
Tenmataro? You stay here while I go have a look.
Please, wait.
Huh? Ah!
It's a Tenmataro warding charm. Protect you, but please, be careful. The Alderman's in the Fox Chamber at the top of the main staircase.
Okay, got it. Tenmataro warding charm slipped into pocket. The Tenmataro warding charm that Jinxie gave me when I set out for the scene of the crime. Whoa! An additional man? Has been injured.
Are you all right? Who are you? Help! Someone call an ambulance!
The police arrived soon after that, at which point I returned to the festival grounds. Apparently, the man impaled by the spear was already dead, but there was one other person there and he was immediately rushed to the hospital. Thank goodness the other man's going to be fine. Sounds like he'd only been unconscious.
You think Jinxie going to be okay?
I'm sure she'll be back to her old self in no time. At least she's calm enough for the police to question her for now. And I'd sure love to know what crazy animal left those feathers and tracks.
Oh, look! Here comes Jinxie! Hi, Trucy. I'm Mr. Demon Lawyer.
Hey, feeling any better? I was wondering if you're up to filling us in on what happened.
They sell those at the village souvenir shop.
They really went all out, making it look like a real scroll and all.
By rolling it up like that, you can't see Tenmataro's picture. It's so you don't lose your soul if you accidentally gaze upon him. Even if it is a souvenir, no one in this village wants to accidentally see what's inside.
I've heard of losing or selling your soul for many things, but for the price of a souvenir?
I wonder how many innocent shopgirls have fallen victim. Shivers.
Wouldn't it be better not to sell them at all?
That warding charm is my supernatural security system. It protects me from yokai, ghosts, demons, and other things that go bump in the night. Just the other day, I was chased down by a demented camera demon, but I drove him back with my trusty warding charm.
Camera demon? Sounds more like an overexcited tourist.
Still, I suppose it's not nice to repel every yokai I meet. I mean, there are some that aren't all bad. I learned that today.
Why is she staring at me like that? About what happened. So, the man with the spear in his chest was already dead?
Uh-huh. It was Alderman Cuvey. When I found him, he was already...
So the victim was the village alderman. And the one who was found alive? Who was he?
Damon Tenma. He's the mayor of the neighboring city, Tenma Town. They arrested him.
So, he's the killer?
Ugh! Nuh-uh! Papa didn't kill anyone!
Papa? As in, your father?
That's right. Jinxie's dad is mayor of Tenma Tower. Tenma Town.
No way!
Yes way, but he's innocent.
This just got way more complicated. The victim was the alderman of the Nine-Tails Vale, and Jinxie's father, the mayor of Tenma Town, was arrested for the crime. Sounds like we have some investigating to do.
I know this is difficult, Jinxie, but you need to hang in there. I know. I'll try my best.
Would you mind telling me a little more about the victim? The alderman. So the victim was the village alderman? What can you tell me about him?
His name was Rex Cuvey. They say his family has ties to the legendary nine-tailed fox. He was really kind, and he always looked out for me. He was a former pro wrestler, and I even heard he knew the amazing Ninetales.
Cuvey. 9. That might be B as in tails. Is that? Is one of the onyomi B for tail? I forget. But it might just be that his last name is literally Ninetales. A former pro wrestler, huh? That's something to keep in mind. With your father being mayor and all, I guess you're originally from Tenma Town, huh? So then, why did you come work here?
It was to overcome your fears, right, Jinxie? Uh-huh. Plus, Mama was from Nine-Tails Vale, though she's no longer with us. He loved these flowers. I always wanted to live where Nine-Tails flowers grew.
Wow, what a beautiful flower! And with exactly 9 petals, too.
Looking at them gives me courage, even when I'm scared of yokai.
Nine-Tails flower added to the court record. A flower found only in Nine-Tails Vale. It boosts Jinxie's courage because it was her mother's favorite. Jinxie, when you first told us about what happened, you said the killer was a demon.
Uh-huh. The warding charm on the Forbidden Chamber's door. It's been removed.
The Forbidden Chamber's door? That big door that was barred shut?
There wasn't a charm on it when I checked it out, so I guess it was removed by someone. That's how Tenma Taro escaped! Ooh, ooh! When I try to remember what happened, it all goes fuzzy. Jinxie, you should get some rest. You've been through a lot today. Between the warding charm being removed and the black feathers and weird tracks, I could see how a superstitious person might think a demon was the killer.
Apollo! Maybe this is your chance.
Chance for what?
To do the right thing and defend Jinxie's dad in court.
Who, me? Wouldn't a man like Mayor Tenma have access to more experienced lawyers?
You wanna know what the detective said? They doubted there was a lawyer who could get a not guilty verdict in this one.
Sounds like they're expecting an open and shut case.
Don't worry, Jinxie. If anyone can prove your dad's innocence, it's Polly.
What?
You'll accept the case, won't you, Polly? Ooh, all over, isn't it? I'll be all alone the rest of my life.
Oh, right. Jinxie already lost her mother. All right. Jinxie, leave your father's defense to me.
Attaboy, Polly. You're going to help Papa, Mr. Demon Lawyer?
Yep, because that's what lawyers do. Plus, no toilet cleaning for a while. They had him cleaning the toilets? That's so messed up. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure your father walks away a free man.
Thank you, Mr. Demon Lawyer. I can tell you're one of the good ones. Red demons are usually so mean.
It's been a while, but I'll be fine. Ready or not, here comes justice. Guess I gotta go and meet my new client. But before I forget, better jot this down in my notebook.
Hey, Apollo, what's a notebook for?
Oh, I just thought I should jot down some stuff about the case. And so I don't misplace them, I'm putting my notes in the court record. Here comes justice! Absolutely. I love that catchphrase. It's so good. Putting his notes in the court record. That's new. I guess it's what you would call a to-do list.
Oh? Sounds handy.
To read my notes, I just opened the court record with R. Whoa, who's this? Damien Tenma. Jinxie's father. Look at him. He's trying to keep those demons inside. Don't want them to escape. He's got more than his daughter. I guess with age, you become more demonic, huh? And then here's the case brief. Go meet my client. Then I can switch between the tabs using L and R.
Oh, I almost forget.
Bro, heard about inner demons and took it personally? Absolutely. He's keeping that shit inside.
Hi, Monday Green Tea. How you doing? So, about Jinxie's father.
No matter how scary he seems, promise me you'll resist the urge to run away. I just saw him. And honestly, I would. Great! Yeah. We got wrestlers in this one. One wrestler. Two wrestler. Wait, which was the other wrestler? I forget. Either the suspected killer, he looks, honestly, if I were on the jury, I would convict. Unfortunately, it's true. He looks like he would kill someone. Probably just kayfabe. His snow white hair was particularly striking. Is that gonna come up in the case? His snow white hair? Because I do love the hair. I love white hair. Wait, what?
His angry glare can paralyze you with fear. And some claim he can even shoot laser beams from his eyes. Well, maybe Papa isn't really that scary.
A paralyzing stare. Laser beams from his eyes. He sounds like some kind of monster.
I think it's about time I see Jinxie off. I'll head back to the office after I'm done.
Okay, thanks. Time to move. Let's get our asses to the detention center. Ah, visiting hours. Perfect timing. Hope he's not as scary as he sounds. My man's scary as hell. Who are you? Yikes! So you're Damien Tenma, right? I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. I'm here to help. Huh? Ah! Let me out of here! Sorry. I get a little loud sometimes. How incredibly rude! I'm sorry. Did I do something to offend you? A visitor when all others shun me like a common criminal. And here I am with nothing to offer. I am a set epitome. Oh my god, like a doofus. I am the epitome of rudeness. I am the epitome of rudeness. Wait, so he wasn't mad at me? Unworthy as I am, I, Damien Tenma, shall breach these walls. I keep almost saying Damian, even though it doesn't make sense because his name's supposed to be like demon. He seems like a great guy, honestly, yeah. He just has a scary appearance. He's just one of those dudes who looks scary, but he's really a teddy bear. He's also deep in kayfabe. Unworthy as I am, I, Damien Tenma, shall breach these walls, so that I may treat my benefactor to some tea and maybe some cookies, too. No, wait! We can do tea and cookies after we prove your innocence! Not now! How about you start by telling me what happened? He's a little intense, but kind of endearing. I agree. I see. So tea and cookies can wait, can they? Whew, that was close. We don't need jailbreak added to the list of charges. And on camera, too. Smile! Seems like a good guy, but with a face like that, I can see why he's misunderstood. Look at my badge. Thank you for agreeing to defend me. Oh, no thanks required. Just doing my job. He's even scarier when he's not saying anything. Nice day today, huh? No, Apollo, not nice day today. I love nice days like these. It's perfect morning weather. The trial is tomorrow. Yes, right, the trial. How do I keep blabbering on like that? These charms on your head, they're the same as this one, correct? Indeed they are. Jinxie applied them after the murder. Judge, my client broke out of prison to treat us to tea and cookies. I demand we drop all charges. Hold up a cookie. You can't deny the allure of a delicious cookie. Jinxie applied them after the murder? She said they would keep Tenma Taro from possessing me. Oh, right! That was not some creepy fashion statement. Still, there are an awful lot of them. But there are. Truth be told, my head's feeling a bit itchy. Can't you just peel them off? Jinxie did this for me. I could not hurt her feelings like that. He really cares for his daughter. Reason for arrest. Mayor Tenma, do you mind if I ask why you were arrested? Grrr! Whoa! Sorry, I guess some things are better left unsaid. Bah! Excuse me? To think a public paragon such as I could be treated like this. This arrest should have never happened. Go on. I fear the ill effects it will have on our youth. Now I've but one choice. I must leave here at once, if only to protect the moral fiber of our youth. No, wait! You can protect the moral fiber of our youth after you've been declared not guilty. I suppose you're right. Phew! Our youth just came this close to quite a scare. My fingerprints were on the spear that killed Alderman QB. That's why I was arrested. Your prints were on the murder weapon? That's never good. Any idea how they got there? None, for I hardly remember a thing, you see. I was fast asleep at the time. Someone must have slipped me a sleeping pill or something. What's worse, somebody clobbered me on the head. I see. A drug-induced slumber and a blow to the head. No wonder you hardly remember a thing. This guy really just wants to help everybody but himself, apparently. Especially with those big interjections. It scares people. But the little spears on his jacket,
The white ones, they look really fluffy. Like I wanna grab one of them. They look like cotton balls.
No wonder you hardly remember a thing. Oh, huh? Was that some kind of strange laugh? Well, I think we can safely assume your prints were planted while you were unconscious.
Motive.
What do the police have on you as far as motive is concerned? Truth be told, there's been a bit of trouble between the alderman and I as of late.
Oh? Was it personal in nature?
Nothing like that. It's a long story. But suffice to say, I've been pushing to merge Ninetails Vale with Tenma Town.
Surrender Ninetails Vale to Tenma Town now!
Yikes! That's what I told him.
I'd like to tell you to stop shouting like that, but I'm too scared.
Oh, that's the motive the police have established for the alderman's murder? Indeed it is. After all, Alderman Cubey was dead set against a municipal murder. And that's why they think you killed him. He was in your way.
Urgh, curses!
Mayor Tenma? Are you okay? Jinxie, forgive me. I never meant to worry you like this. It'll work out fine. Just leave it to me. If only it really were that easy. I don't even know where to start. Thank you for meeting with me, Mayor Tenma. Please, wait. My daughter, Jinxie. Yes? She already lost her mother. And now with me being held in here, I fear she'll be terribly lonely. I hesitate to ask, but I beg you, be a friend to her in her time of need.
Leave it to me! Trucy and I will look out for your daughter.
I shall rest a little easier then. You know, you remind me of some of the new friends Jinxie has been talking about. New friends? Yes, it seems she's made some new friends since she started working in Ninetails Vale. They're quite the unusual bunch, too. There's a lady with an exceptionally long neck, a young lad with an incredibly long tongue, and many other interesting characters.
Those sound like demons. Like she's made friends with... She's like... So with Jinxie, she mistakes humans for demons, but demons for humans. What a sweet girl.
Friends? Sounds more like a bunch of monsters to me. Now, if you would excuse me, it appears my time is up. Whew, why am I so tired? I must have been more tense than I thought. Still, I'm glad he didn't turn out to be as scary as he looks. A call. Oh, it's Mr. Wright.
Oh, it's from it's his mommy's song. His mother's song, whom he doesn't know is his mother.
Justice here.
Apollo, is that you?
Hi, Mr. Wright. What can I do for you?
Trucy told me you've taken on a new case.
Oh, that. It was kind of spur of the moment. He's actually calling me about a case?
That's fine, but I have a favor to ask.
Sure, what is it?
I'm at the airport right now. There was someone I had to meet. A new addition to the agency, actually. Her name's Athena Sykes, and she just passed the bar.
That's right. I remember hearing about her coming to join us. Guess that was today.
Athena! That's her name! Before I started the game, I was wondering to myself. I was like, is her... What is her name again? I thought her name was Akane. Just because fiery characters like that usually get the name Akane.
She took off as soon as I told her you needed help with the case. It was like there was no stopping her. Wait, what? Where is she now?
Probably somewhere in Ninetails Vale by now. That's where that favor I mentioned comes in. I need to go find her.
But I never even met her before. What does she look like?
She'll be the girl in the yellow suit sporting an attorney's badge.
Okay, I'll find her. A new addition to the agency. Well, I'd better get back to Ninetails Vale quick.
Oh yeah, this case takes place before the first case does. That's interesting. We got a little non-linear storytelling going on right now. Okay, is it maybe Yokai Lane? I'll go there first. I already told you. I'm a lawyer assigned to the case. I need to study the crime scene, so if you would please tell me where QB Manor is.
You can't fool me. You're just some delinquent high school student playing hooky.
You stupid pig-headed... This attorney's badge isn't just for show, you know.
Looks like I just found Miss Athena Sykes. More like Miss Athena, yikes!
Why won't you believe me? Don't expect me to defend you in court if you ever get arrested.
Well, I'm the one who usually does the arresting, so... Say, shouldn't you be getting back to school?
I already told you I'm a lawyer, not a student.
That's it, enough of your lies. You're coming with me.
Ah! Get your hands off of me!
What the?
Think you can watch out for the bystanders next time? Yeah, flip that fish.
Yeah! He's a cop. You can do whatever you want to cops. I told that officer, Athena. You can do whatever you want to cops, Athena. Whoops. Are you okay?
I think so, but that police officer's out cold.
I am so sorry. I do that when people suddenly grab me. It's like a reflex or something. I mean, if you're gonna have a reflex, it might just be something that defends yourself, you know?
Reflex? Sounds more like a felony. You're Athena Sykes, I take it.
That would be me. And you are?
I'm Apollo Justice. I work at the Right Anything Agency.
Right Anything Agency? What a fishy sounding name.
It's a long story, but it is a law office among other things. Did Mr. Wright explain it to you?
Oh, right! That right! So then you must be... Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you.
I could say the same thing to you. Well, here I am. Now, how about telling me a little bit about yourself? Mr. Wright didn't really tell me much, as always.
Ah, of course. Feel free to ask away.
Let's show off our attorney's badges.
Yep, that's your attorney's badge, all right. Its dull, grimy look makes me think of all the courtroom battles you faced so far. I hope mine will look like that someday. Look out, legal world! Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to go!
Actually, I just haven't polished it lately. Maybe I should keep that to myself. No need to deflate her dreams about work just yet.
What an interesting picture! It looks like a one-on-one monster smackdown! It must have been quite a battle. Which yokai do you think is stronger?
Seems to me Tenmataro's ability to fly would give him an edge over the nine-tailed fox.
But the fox has powerful legs! He'd pounce before Tenmataro knew what hit him.
He won't be pouncing on anyone after he's dropped from way up in the sky.
Oh, but the nine-tailed fox is gold-colored. Gold is way better than black, so I'm sure he'd win.
What do colors have to do with anything? Besides, everyone knows red is the best.
Okay. Let's talk now. Athena Sykes.
So, Athena, I hear you just passed the bar.
That's right. And here's my shiny new badge to prove it. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, so you must be a bit younger than me.
A bit more than you might think, in fact. I'm only 18.
18? How in the world did you become a lawyer at that age?
I skipped a few grades while I was an exchange student in Europe. And I got my license to practice law while I was over there.
All I can say is, wow, you must be a genius or something.
I also study analytical psychology. Thought it might help me become a better lawyer.
Psychology helps her be a better lawyer? How exactly does that work?
The client. So, tell me about our client. What are they like?
Oh, right. You haven't met him yet. Well...
Oh...
And that about sums it up.
He's more worried about his daughter than himself. What a wonderful father.
Wait, are you crying?
I'm not crying. There was something in my eye.
They're called tears.
Moving right along. Let's get down to business. Helping our clan is priority number 1. Psychology.
So, Athena, you mentioned studying psychology.
That's right. I've always wanted to bring analytical psychology into the courtroom. The power of psychology will bring a breath of fresh air to the legal system.
Oh, really? So how do you plan on using it to defend our client?
Well, for example, I can try to listen in on a witness's inner voice, and then analyze their psychological state with the help of my trusty partner, Widget. Widget? This device around my neck here. Say hi, Widget. Hi, Widget. It talks? Whoa, you need a volume knob. Anyway, the little guy will sometimes say what I'm feeling. Awkward. Don't worry, you'll get used to it.
No, that I seriously doubt.
Oh, I almost forgot. I have something you might be interested in. I got it on my way here. Think it might have something to do with our case?
A special edition covering our case. That was quick.
That's the whole point of special editions, isn't it? Be the first to get the scoop? Rápido!
Right. Well, let's see what it says here. What's the deal with the Spanish?
To keep me on my toes!
Tenmataro was seen— what? He was seen flying through the sky.
Remember that one dude with the hat? And, what did they had a specific phrase for the magician who was found, who, people thought was flying through the sky in, the first game. I forget what they said. They were talking about his silk hat, and his cape, and his something. It's just like, this just reminded me of that. I think that was that also a second case, or was that a third? Tenmataro, real or flight of fancy. An airborne figure resembling Tenmataro was captured on camera around 3:40 p.m. near Ninetales Vale. And then the rest of the text is unreadable. Yeah, somebody happened to snap that photo near Ninetales Vale. The article goes on to say it might be connected to our case. Apparently, that photo was shot right after the murder occurred.
Well, there were black feathers and strange tracks at the crime scene. I'm not surprised the locals think a yokai was involved.
Wait a second. Yokai as in one of those Japanese monsters? Mein Gott! You don't actually think it was a supernatural murder, do you?
No, of course not. Now German, why not plain old English?
Spice of life, Apollo. Spice of life. Special edition paper added to the court record. A newspaper with a photo of Tenmataro soaring through the air. Andare! Andale, Apollo. Let's get cracking on that crime scene already. The investigation.
Okay, what's next on the list?
Investigating the crime scene. What else? Well, what are we waiting for? Last one there is a rotten egg.
We don't have to run all the way there.
Okay, then how about speed walking?
Why does this have to be a competition at all?
Looks like this paper doesn't shy away from stories on strange creatures.
Really? What does it say?
They claim to have produced photos of Gordy and a Kappa water sprites thingy. And just the other day, they got one of Konaki Gigi crying his poor old eyes out. Followed by that infamous shot of Tenmataro.
I don't know about a Kappa, but I bet the Konaki Gigi. It's just a shot of someone's grandpa lost and crying up in the mountains.
That's not very nice. They should have helped him instead of publishing his picture. We're in the foyer now. Do you hear that? It sounds like a TV or something. Oh, look! There's a TV in that little room in the corner.
In other news, the mysterious masked wrestler, the Amazing Ninetales, has been confirmed missing according to sources close to the wrestler. It appears he disappeared sometime after the special event held in Ninetales Vale today. He also failed to appear at a match today where he was scheduled to defend his title. Local villagers say his disappearance may be connected with Tenmataro's recent escape. So that wrestler's gone missing.
Hey, you two! You don't belong in here! Speak!
Don't worry, there's nothing suspicious.
What about them horns of yours? They look mighty suspicious if you ask me.
Horns? That's my hair! Anyway, we're lawyers and we're here to...
Ah. You're them lawyers come to defend Mayor Tenma, ain't ya? Should have reckoned what with that expensive looking bracelet you got there. The name's Phineas Filch. I'm the caretaker here. Pleased to meet ya.
Same here.
Wow, talk about a quick change of heart. So tell me, Damon Lawyer. Bet you use them demonic horns of yours to scare the bejeebus out of witnesses, huh? Come here, you little horn demon, you.
Youch! These horns are... I mean, my hair isn't meant to threaten anyone.
They ain't? Seems a mighty big waste of perfectly good horns if you ask me. Then again, ain't none of my business, so...
Sigh, that was fast. Guess he's done with me.
Well, I'd best get back to work. Halt! Stop right there! Huh? Me? Apollo, your bracelet's gone. Ah. Don't you worry, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'll check the lost and found later.
Somehow, I don't think that will be necessary. Just check your wrist right now.
Ah! The cat's out of the bag.
It was barely in the bag in the first place.
You suck at stealing. Why did you even try if you're gonna suck that bad? That was a pretty pathetic attempt. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Just couldn't control myself. Please forgive me, I'm begging you.
Smirk? Geesh, I almost feel sorry for him now.
What should we do about him, Apollo?
Well, I got my bracelets back and he seems sorry enough, so...
What? He keeps smirking at you. He ain't sorry at all. I knew you'd understand, Mr. Lawyer, sir. You obviously got a big heart. As big as a wad of cash in your wallet, I hope.
You leave my wallet out of this. Ho ho!
Hey! Didn't you just finish apologizing for stealing from us? Run away, run away! Head for the hills.
Oh, that's how I felt like he would scream.
Get back here, you!
Talk about a quick escape. Huh? Looks like you dropped a few things. Looks like a pair of diagrams. This one's of the crime scene, and here's one of the foyer.
He left his shoes behind, too.
The guy's the living definition of a bumbling thief.
Let's hang on to his shoes. We can give them back to them. We can give them back next time we see him. As for the diagrams, I say we keep them.
They look like something the police might draw. Wonder where the caretaker got them.
Crime scene diagram added to the court record. Foyer diagram added to the court record.
Now then, as I recall, the Fox chamber should be at the top of those stairs.
April 17th. Same day, my bad. reading the date like it's something new. QB Manor, Fox Chamber. Whoa!
Where'd all these black feathers and weird tracks come from? The popular opinion seems to be that they're from Tenmataro.
You mean the great evil has returned?
Even if he did, I'd be laughed out of the courthouse trying to indict him.
Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? This is a crime scene.
Oh. And who are you? Who is he?
What's with the glasses? Looking sharp, dude. And then the hair. I'm just taking a little peek at this dude's outfit. He's also got Mickey Mouse gloves on. Ain't that something?
And who are you? Are you with the police? I asked first. Who are you and what are you doing here? On second thought, I'm placing you under arrest for disturbing a crime scene.
Ack!
Under arrest? But...
Save it for the boys back at HQ. Now come quietly or else. I don't want to be late for lunch.
Please wait! We're Mayor Tenma's lawyers!
Well, why didn't you say so? So you're the lawyers I heard about. Okay, well, this dude's getting a complete... I have a feeling the caretaker might be called as a witness, which might make having, Oh, look in the background. It's the woman with the long neck that Jinxie became friends with. She really is a demon. But yeah, I feel like I'm trying to figure out some way to differentiate the voices because Apollo's ends up sounding like every other man after a while because I always forget to keep reinforcing it. But the caretaker definitely has a genuine southern accent, so I don't know. Well, why didn't you say so? So you're the lawyers I heard about. Ha ha ha! I almost took you two in. You two sure were suspicious, though. I don't know how many more times I can take being called suspicious in one day. Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil, the champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. Ooh boy, this guy's a story and a half. And he's partially stealing your catchphrase, Apollo. Isn't yours? Here comes justice? Damn, copyright infringements, honestly. So, what can I do for you? First, get a look at my badge. Justice needs backup sometimes too. So I don't mind you asking for help, but you should start by thinking things over yourself. After all, the road to justice starts with your own first step. Ha ha ha! If you don't have any information to offer, you could just say so. Oh, whoops. There's a little bit of delay. Oh, not if I use the D-pad. Okay, let's show them the diagrams. Wow, nothing works, huh? Interesting. Investigating the scene. So, would it be okay if we had a look around? Certainly not! No authorized personnel allowed would be something funny to say. But no, it says no unauthorized personnel allowed. Couldn't you make an exception? Cease and desist at once or you'll have to deal with my little friend here. Ugh! Yikes, is he reaching for his... Injustice we trust. Phew, it's just his badge. You may be Mayor Tenma's lawyers, but you still need authorization to cross the police line. Apollo, let's see if we can't change his mind. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. I bet he's as dense as heroes come. Persuasion. You're wasting your time and mine. Nobody's crossing this line without authorization. I'm a wall of justice keeping injustice. That would be you. At bay. Sigh. I knew it. Look, there's just us and you here, right? Justice and me, you say? That's right. Are you trying to say that Justice and I aren't enough to keep you out? What? No, silly. We're saying that you're an inspiration in our quest for justice. No! It can't be! You have him on the ropes now, Athena. If we were on the side of justice, would you let us through? But guarding the crime scene is a part of justice too! Sure. But only a bad guy would stand in the way of justice, right? Ah! Whose justice is the most just here? Well, we can't have a fair and just trial without a thorough investigation, so... Oh, Lady Justice, what would you have me do? I think we really got to him. Yeah, he seems pretty neurotic as far as champions of justice go. Isn't that right, Apollo? Our pleas for justice must have had a huge impact. It's tying him up in knots. Now's our chance to start looking around. After all that about authorized personnel only, this was surprisingly easy. Should I stop them or let them through? Whose justice is more just? Well, let's get to work. We're supposed to be finding clues related to the crime, right? Right. A search of the crime scene should turn up some evidence we can use at the trial. Let's try viewing the crime scene from different angles. You never know what's hiding just around the corner, right? So we move the cursor with L stick and change our perspective with R stick. If there's a particular spot you want to examine, just give it a tap. Okay, let's leave no stone unturned. Nous allons commencer. Let's get started. This one's a spear, but what about this one? It looks like a giant pair of pliers.
Looks like something a demon might use. Saw something like that in a manga once.
Really? What are they used for?
Oh, things like pinching through cheeks.
Ah!
Pulling out tongues.
Stop!
Oh, and you should see what they can do to a person's eyes.
Okay, I get the idea. But I'm sure this thing is just a simple can opener or something like that.
Demons eat canned food? I always wondered what they ate besides people. Goofy. Not much to see on this side. Maybe I should go check the other side. Oh! Oh, that's a lot of stuff. There's something wedged under this chair. Let's see if we can't lift it up and... Freeze! Yikes! No disturbing crime scene evidence, even if you are the mayor's lawyers. He does have a point there.
Hey, Detective Fulbright, did you hear about that attack over on Yokai Lane? I heard an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth.
And you waited till now to tell me? I better get over there at once. In justice we trust.
That was surprisingly easy. Okay, Apollo, now's our chance to look around some more.
The more I get to know her, the scarier she gets. Hope she never finds my weakness. Whatever this is stuck on tight.
Looks like a large blood-stained cloth.
The blood's probably the alderman's, but it's pretty far from his body. Wonder how it got here. And why does this seem important?
Oh, ad break in 1 minute.
So this is where Alderman Kyubi's body was found.
Apparently, the murder weapon, a spear, had Mayor Tenma's prints on it.
That's not good. Never fear, Detective Fulbright is here. Yikes. Of course, I can't offer you any information on my investigation, so... In the name of justice, I must say goodbye. What was that all about? These weird tracks must have been made by when someone stepped in the alderman's blood. Maybe the killer inadvertently made them when they were fleeing?
They're pretty big tracks, almost bird-like. The feathers also point to a bird.
Then it must be one big bird, and not of the friendly yellow type either.
Maybe it's a mutant bird creature.
So your theory is a giant mutant bird murdered Alderman Kyubi with a spear?
It's more plausible than saying a monster or yokai did it.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but a giant spear-wielding bird is by definition a monster.
Wow! This is a pricey-looking chair.
Apparently, the mayor was found drugged and unconscious in it.
Really?
Yeah, when he came to, he was arrested for murder. Talk about your rude awakenings.
So, he's the prime suspect in a crime he knows nothing about? That stinks. Oh, poor Mr. Tenma! He must be feeling so scared and confused. Apollo, it's up to us to save him.
It's like she's on her own emotional roller coaster. That she is.
Maneki Neko?
Hey, Melody, want to see my spear? Giant bird holding a spear.
Oh, am I a monster?
Absolutely a monster. The cutest monster in the world, probably. And then there's this thing. The hell?
Look! The statue only has one tail.
Maybe it's a nine-tailed fox's sidekick. I bet the number of tails represents a yokai's power.
So, if you had two, Apollo, I'd only have one?
Wait, what?
Not that it means you're better than me, got it?
Like I said, what? Why did she say that he'd be more powerful than her? Just no reason. The Forbidden Chamber. They say the demon Tenmataro was imprisoned in there before his escape. Think
we could get this door open?
It's worth a try. Brrr! No good. It's shut tight. I don't even see a keyhole. Seems pretty hopeless. In justice we trust. Yikes! Did I just hear the voice of someone in need? Allow me to fill you in. This door simply will not open. We've tried and tried, but it won't budge. It's an essential part of the culture found in this manor, so we can't blow it up either. So an unopenable door. Right. According to Miss Jinxie Tenma, it was shut tight when she came across the crime scene.
Thanks for the tip, Detective Fulbright. We didn't expect you to be so helpful.
Oh! Forget I just said that.
So the forbidden chamber was shut tight at the time of the murder. Sounds like something I'd better keep in mind.
Hey, do I move now? Yes.
It's a folding screen. I wonder what they were using it for.
I've read that the Japanese used to use these in drafty rooms, but now they're just for show.
You mean like my attorney's badge?
Poor Athena. That cop treating her like a child must have really bothered her. There's a teacup and saucer right there. There's something behind the door. Whatever it is, it looks like it's broken. Probably broke when the door was opened. Why would anyone put something there?
Yeah, that wasn't very smart.
Maybe it was Jinxie. She was the first one to discover the body. She must have heard the screams and come running in here in a panic.
Well, look at you, Apollo. Now you're using analytical psychology, too.
I am?
Wow, you really learned quick. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're the ace attorney of Right Anything Agency.
I can't tell whether she's serious or not. Now, if Trucy said something like that, I'd immediately know she was messing with me.
Apollo, what words come to mind when you watch that pendulum there?
Unsteady and... restless.
That's a direct representation of your current state of mind.
Wait, that was some kind of psychological test?
My diagnosis? This strange case has made you anxious, causing you to lose your cool.
You're actually not that far off the mark.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that I think that it says, danger on this. Hiken, maybe?
Oh, now there's ooh, something shiny. Okay, I'll look at this first. Then there's that. And then, the little statues here.
Oh, that's the, I remember seeing that in Hell Girl, Jikok Shoujo. The wheel, the spoke, of hell or something. Wheel of hell. Hell wheel. Whatever it's called. I think that's what it is. Because it is like, it is a wheel, and it is the middle spoke. And it is demonic. Okay, let's look at this first. Doesn't this Tanuki statue remind you of the manor's caretaker, Phineas Filch?
This raccoon-looking thing? Yeah, it does look like him.
Ooh, I just got the best idea. We should knock it over. It might transform back into Mr. Filch.
Mr. Filch is mischievous, but he's not magical, you know?
Way to waste a brilliant idea, Apollo. Look, trophies! Ooh, this one was awarded to Alderman QB. The Amazing Ninetales, Yokai Division winner, Tenma Town Pro Wrestling Tournament.
Yokai Division? I didn't know you could have a division of one.
Apollo, you should enter the tournament next time. And I have the perfect name for you, the Mysterious Firebrand. A mild-mannered masked lawyer by day, demonic masked wrestler by night.
No one's going to hire a masked lawyer, Athena. I looked so shocked when he said that.
Oh, really? Look, a cat with two tails.
No such thing.
Oh, and this lady has a really long neck. How funny is that? There's no way a creature like that could ever exist. You'd have a tough time swallowing.
Apollo, I bet you were one of those kids who didn't believe in Santa Claus.
What's that got to do with anything?
He called you a stick in the mud. Have some imagination, boy.
Hey, this window opens. And outside, we have ourselves a steep cliff.
The window only opens about 6 inches. Not wide enough for anyone to get in or out.
Look,
Apollo. There's something caught in the window frame. Looks like golden floor. What a pretty color. It must be from some kind of animal.
Wonder what it's doing here. Did Alderman QB have a pet fox?
Golden fur added to the court record. Some fur that was found at the scene of the crime. It's long and soft and appears to be from some sort of animal. What is that?
What do we have here? Looks like a statue of the nine-tailed fox and Tenmataro battling it out.
Eek! Careful, Apollo, it's got blood on it!
Really? Hey, you're right. Wonder if it's the Alderman's blood.
How can you remain so calm after seeing all this blood?
Well, this isn't the first time I've seen something like this, so...
You're no fun at all. At least act surprised or grossed out or something for my case.
I'm already a lawyer. You want me to be an actor, too?
Fox and demon statue added to the court record. A statue that was at the crime scene. It depicts Tenmataro and the nine-tailed fox locked in battle.
Guess that about wraps it up. Now, if only we could get that detective to tell us what he knows.
Hey, Apollo! Do you hear something?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, right. Your hearing must not be as sensitive as mine.
What are you talking about?
A whooshing sound, like wind rushing through a narrow strait. And the echo of someone's voice. In
justice we trust! Ha ha ha! Someone's got a sharp set of ears. That was the sound of my righteous voice reverberating through the air duct.
I heard it through the air ducts?
Yeah, check it out. Up there. Well, why would she hear you through there? Why don't we go to the diagram? As you can see, that vent is connected to an air duct that leads out into the hallway. The wind must have rushed through there and carried my monologue with it straight to your ears.
And what a unique monologue it was. I was just thinking, maybe the killer made their escape through that air duct or something.
A cute theory, but I don't think so. The air duct in the hallway is low enough to climb into, that much is true. But as you can see, the vent in the ceiling is very high. 9 feet high, in fact. I highly doubt that there's any way to get up there without a ladder or something. And I don't see anything of the sort in this room, do you?
I guess you're right.
Speaking of things in this room. Yeah? Can you tell us what you guys turned up, Detective Fulbright? Not on my watch, buddy! In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case. Oh, come on! Throw us a bone in here. Throw us a bone here.
Excuse me, Detective Fulbright, but I recall you saying earlier that you would come running whenever we were in need.
Yerk! I suppose I did say that. Helping those in need is what justice is about. But keeping information out of enemy hands is also a form of justice. Which justice is the most just? Why is this always so hard?
Well, how about this? Let's do a little give and take. Serving the public is part of justice too, right? You know, like the police motto? To serve and protect.
I doubt leaking information to the defense team falls under that motto. Yes, of course. I must serve as well as protect. Okay, I will share some information. In the name of justice.
We did it, Apollo.
Yeah, we did it all right. But I'm not sure that was entirely ethical.
Who cares about ethics?
details of the case. Was it Miss Jinxie Tenma who first discovered the crime scene? That's right, and this photo shows what she saw when she opened the door. Miss Tenma had a key, allowing her immediate access. A key? So then the fox chamber was locked? Yes, and Miss Tenma had the only key to its door, making this a classic Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney locked room mystery. Really? So Alderman QB didn't have a key to the fox chamber? Actually, he had a master key for most of the doors in the manor, but it disappeared after his murder. Disappeared? You think the killer took it? It could very well be connected to the murder. We're looking into the possibility now. But it's the timing of Miss Tenma's discovery that I think is most important. Of course, I'm not going to share that information with you. You think you're some kind of champion of justice, but you're just plain old mean. I won't fall for that, you shameless rascal. I only help good little boys and girls. Shameless rascal? Who even says that? Well, I wouldn't exactly call you a good little girl either. Crime photo added to the court record. A photo of the fox chamber. There are bloody footprints and black feathers scattered on top of the blood. Feathers and tracks. Those feathers and tracks look like something a yokai might leave behind. You don't actually think the murderer was some kind of monster, do you? What's the name of that creature in the Forbidden Chamber? Tenma something? Because from the black feathers and big tracks, it looks like that creature did it. Our prime suspect would no doubt love to pin the blame on some imaginary creature. Can Tenma whatchamacallit even be made a victim of slander? I doubt the mayor would do something as childish as blaming a boogeyman. So the most likely scenario so far is that Tenma guy left the feathers and tracks behind to make it look like the yokai Tenma was the killer. Wait, what? Now I'm as confused as you. At any rate, I doubt Mayor Tenma would plant evidence like that. Suspects. So, Mayor Tenma is your only suspect? That's right. Even his name, Damien Tenma, makes him sound like a villain. And he's really scary looking, too. Wait, are you telling me that's why he was arrested? Ha ha ha! Don't be ridiculous. He was the only one without an alibi. Oh, is that so? Yup, other than the victim, the suspect, and Miss Tenma, the only others around were Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma's aide, and the two of them were together at the time. Filch, the guy who tried to steal my bracelet. Just living up to his name, I guess. We should go talk to him again when we have a chance. What about Jinxie? She's not being suspected at all? She may have no alibi whatsoever, but she also has no motive. It's unfathomable that she would murder the alderman and pin the crime on her father. Besides, do you really think a little girl could lift up this huge spear? True enough. That spear looks even bigger than her. That's about all I can reveal at this time. Well, you must admit Damien Tenma appears to be the most likely suspect. I admit it looks bad, but I'm still not buying it. Oh, and one more thing. I must warn you about the prosecutor. The prosecutor assigned to Mayor Tenma's trial? That's the one. He's, how shall I put it, not what you'd expect. That is, unless you faced a convicted killer serving hard time as a prosecutor before. What the? Is this some kind of joke? The prosecution. Can I ask why a man in prison for murder is serving as prosecutor? Because he's mastered the use of psychology in courtroom battles. Everyone's talking about how this murder was the work of some strange creature. But yokai are nothing more than a figment of the imagination. They're baloney! Who better to prove this than a master of psychology? He's the best man for the job. But he's a convicted murderer! No matter how you look at it, that's just insane! Well, the chief prosecutor personally assigned him, so none of us are in a position to question the matter. Ha 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 ha! This really is the dark age of the law. This prosecutor, he wouldn't happen to go by the name Black Quill, would he? Bingo! Simon Black Quill. So you have heard of him. You could say that. Oh no! Is he your father? What's that supposed to mean? Well, I bet you don't know his unofficial title. Ever heard of the Twisted Samurai? That's Prosecutor Black Quill. The Twisted Samurai? Is that because he's a criminal? Well, yes and no. You could say it also has to do with the effect his crime had on things. How so? His conviction is what twisted and warped the legal world into this dark age of the law. What? And he, of all people, is going to stand in court tomorrow? Ha ha ha! Never fear! I myself will be there to protect you. That's reassuring, I guess. Well, you kids knock yourselves out. Can't wait to see how you do tomorrow. Wait, Detective Fulbright. I've been meaning to ask you something. Why are you barefoot? This doesn't look like the sort of place where you need to take your shoes off. I hadn't even noticed. Why am I barefoot? You honestly hadn't noticed until just now? Wait a second, those shoes we found earlier. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright. These wouldn't happen to be your shoes, would they? Yes, they are. My favorite pair, in fact. Thank you for bringing them to me. You must truly be on the side of justice. Don't tell me Mr. Filch actually stole from a detective. Stealing shoes right off of someone's feet. That's pretty amazing. I find it more amazing that Detective Fulbright didn't notice. Well, looks like we've gotten all we can out of the detective, so let's see. Maybe we should go have a word with Mr. Filch. I want to hear what his alibi is. This is just awful. Terrible, I say. Somebody help! Oh, look, it's Mr... What was it again? Finch? No, the name's Filch. Phineas Filch. Keep on pilfering, you may wind up a jailbird instead. So what seems to be the problem, Mr. Filch? Oh, it's just terrible. Terrible, I tell you. Come quick. Okay? What's the deal with him all of a sudden? Looks like some kind of mask. It's the Amazing Ninetales' mask. The Amazing Ninetales? Oh, right. The wrestler who appeared during the festival special event. What's his mask doing here? He'd never take off his mask like this. Someone must have killed him. What? Who would do such a thing? Let's go talk over there in private. Look. There's some white hair caught up inside this mask. Amazing Ninetales mask added to the court record. What makes you believe that the Amazing Ninetales has been murdered? You really want to know, eh? You're a studious one, ain't ya? Yes, I mean, no. I mean, just tell me, please. Well, it's like this. I dreamed to become a wrestler myself. Hey, how about you join me in the quest for the champion's belt? What a team! Me and my bandit's mask, and you and that demon mask of yours. Demon mask? Wonder if I can make it big. Apollo, let's save your pro wrestling debut until after the trial. Huh? Oh, no. I wasn't actually. Oh, why did I let him pull me off topic like that? Come on, Apollo. Ask him about the Amazing Ninetales' murder already. Let me show him my attorney's badge. Okay. Now I'm just gonna show him everything else. See if I can get any unique dialogue off of him. Not these diagrams either. This statue. Crime photo. Meh. Hey, that there's the Amazing Ninetales' mask. You're aiming to sell it, ain't ya? Why, you sneaky lily-livered. No, I'm not trying to sell it. It could be a key piece of evidence. Ah, too bad. Thought I'd hook her up with this buyer I know. Wait, you want me to sell it? The Amazing Ninetales. The Amazing Ninetales is our village's savior, and don't you forget it. His trademarks are gold cape made to look like foxtails. He whirls through the ring, smacking down Tenma Town wrestlers left and right. He sparked the monster craze, revitalizing Ninetales Vale in the blink of an eye. Yep, saved our village from becoming a ghost town. Now it's a yokai town.
Huh. The Amazing Ninetales really does sound, well, amazing.
Yeah, pretty amazing, huh? That's why he's worshipped like a hero around here. I'm proud to be from the same village as him. Come to think of it, you look kind of a monster like yourself, Mr. Filch. Guess it makes sense since you're from the same village as the Amazing Ninetales. I know. A lot of people have told me I look like a yokai.
Since when was that a compliment? Ouch! What's the big idea?
Pick your pocket.
Hey, how'd you do that?
Keep it. I got lots more. Amazing Ninetales Glossy added to the court record. A photo of the hero who sparked the monster craze and saved Ninetales Vale from becoming a ghost town.
So you keep saying that the Amazing Ninetales was killed. What's the story behind that? Are you saying he was murdered because his mask washed up along the river outside?
That's only part of it. The main reason is no one's seen him since the special event. The word around Ninetales Vale is he was killed by Tenmataro.
You villagers are really superstitious, aren't you?
That we are. We like conspiracy theories too, like the mayor's diabolical plot.
The mayor? Tenmataro? What is he plotting?
Rumor has it he's planning on releasing Tenmataro. That's why he wants the merger. He'll open the Forbidden Chamber once he's in control.
That's quite a tale.
Ain't finished yet. There's only one person who could stop the mayor. Our hero, the Amazing Ninetales. He vowed to battle the mayor of Tenma Town and stop the municipal merger.
I couldn't make this step up if I tried.
Apollo! We still have to ask him about the Alderman's murder, remember?
About the Alderman's murder. Mr. Filch, would you mind telling us what you were doing at the time of the murder?
I was in the caretaker's office guarding the entrance like Mr. Cubey said I should. And I made double sure no one came in. I have a clear view of the foyer from where I work.
He must be talking about this small room in the upper right. It definitely looks like you can keep track of the comings and goings from there. And you have an alibi to back your statement up, Mr. Filch?
I do indeed. I was with Mayor Tenma's aide. Laurent Lebel, his name.
So the two of you were together. That's a pretty sound alibi, alright. And nobody came in or out of the manor around the time of the murder?
Kept watch here the whole time. Didn't see a soul pass by. And if anyone did, that there security camera would have spotted him.
So no one came in or out around the time of the murder. That means we're dealing with someone who was already inside when it happened. So do you think this mask is the real deal?
Without a doubt, this here is the mask worn by the Amazing Ninetales.
What about that white hair found inside the mask?
Wait, I just thought of something. Remember the golden animal fur we found at the crime scene? Could it have come from this mask? Look, there's even a spot where some fur is missing.
Then this places the mask at the crime scene at some point in time. Which means... What does this mean? Someone with white hair who is linked with the murder and is against the merger? No way. Could the Amazing Ninetales and the Alderman actually be?
Something wrong, Apollo? You should see the look on your face.
Oh, no, it's nothing. Maybe Jinxie could tell us something, since she works here.
Golden fur reattached the Amazing Ninetales mask. Hey, I know that picture. That's my Amazing Ninetales Glossy. How dare you steal it from me?
No, this is the one you gave me. Remember? You said you had lots more.
I did. Well, it was never really mine in the first place, so you can go ahead and keep it.
Don't tell me I'm now guilty of receiving stolen goods.
Hey, that there's Amazing Ninetales' mask. You're aiming to sell it, ain't ya?
Never mind. Let's move to, we were in Fox Chamber already, so let's go to Manor Garden.
Yokai Lane. Oh look, there's Jinxie.
Milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, mint.
Sounds like she's out grocery shopping. She must really like dairy products.
Charm to make a better milkshake and another to cure my lactose intolerance.
Maybe she should just stick to soy milk. Jinxie! Hey, it's me!
Eek! It's the demon lawyer!
Ugh! Not another warding charm. Sigh.
Apollo? Who is she?
Oh right, this is your first time meeting each other. This is Jinxie, Mayor Tenma's daughter. She was the first to discover the crime scene.
Oh, so she's the one who... Hello, my name's Athena Sykes. I'll be helping Apollo defend your father at this trial. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you too. Where's Trucy?
She went back to the office ahead of us. But don't worry, Athena and I are on the case.
Wait, how do I know you didn't? Like you didn't gobble her up alive?
Relax, I didn't eat her up, and I wouldn't do such a thing in the first place.
Oh, poor little Trucy.
I'm about ready for some tears of frustration myself.
She's quite an, interesting character. Apollo.
The incident. Jinxie, do you remember any more of what happened?
Not much. At least not yet.
Well, you do think Tenmataro was the killer, right? That yokai we saw at the festival?
I don't know anything about that.
Huh? But you said Tenmataro murdered the alderman.
Okay,
Jinxie, you can tell me. Yikes! What was that for?
People see things when they don't get enough sleep. There's no such thing as monsters.
Huh? What's gone into her? So if there are no monsters, you admit I'm human?
No, you're still a demon.
Oh, I give up.
It seems like Jinxie doesn't want to talk about Tenmataro for some reason.
But that's precisely what we need to know more about. Besides, she definitely thought there was a yokai there in the fox chamber. Jinxie, about this charm.
That's...
You gave me this when I was heading off to the scene of the crime. You thought Tenmataro was the murderer. That's why you gave this to me, right?
That's true, but...
If there's anything else you could tell us, it would really help. And it will help your father, too.
Alright, then.
Tenmataro did it? Why do you think Tenmataro's the killer?
Saw him with my own eyes. Tenmataro was right there in the manor. He escaped his prison and ran right by me.
What? Jinxie, tell us everything you saw.
I called the police after I stumbled on the scene. I was just about to head back to the festival grounds when I saw Tenmataro. It was right around here. He was running right at me. I was paralyzed with fear, but there was no one around to help me. Shiver. The foul beast raced right by me toward the foyer.
Toward the foyer?
Mr. Felch and Mr. LaBelle were supposedly in the foyer at the time. That means they would have seen Tenmataro too.
Sounds like we'd better get their statements. Considering Jinxie's mental states, her eyes could have been playing tricks on her.
Apollo? Remember the picture in this paper? Someone caught Tenmataro flying through the air. I wonder if it's the same Tenmataro Jinxie says she saw.
Don't be ridiculous.
Never. Tenmataro is the killer, and he can fly too.
The Amazing Ninetales. Jinxie works at the Alderman's Manor, so maybe she can shed some light on this. So, no one knows the Amazing Ninetales is a true identity?
They say no one's ever seen him without his mask.
Doesn't that make you want to know even more?
That's why matches where wrestlers try to expose their opponent are so popular.
Wait, you mean exposed as in strip them naked?
Eek! You even think like a demon. The only thing the winner removes is the loser's mask.
Duh, Apollo, jeez. You really escalated that.
Have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. So you see, these unmasking matches are life and death battles for the wrestlers. That means this mask didn't just happen to wash up along the riverbank. There's got to be a story behind it. No one can stop the amazing Ninetales. Bet she'd be shocked to find out he's really the alderman. The Tenmataro you saw. How about the yokai you saw at the scene of the crime? Anything else stand out? Actually, I heard this strange jangly sound. A jangly sound? Can you be a little more specific? My memory's kind of fuzzy, but I vaguely recall seeing Tenmataro holding a staff or something like that. Maybe that's what was making the strange sound. Does Tenmataro usually carry a staff? Question. I've never heard anything like that, and it's not shown on the scroll. How about another document? Any of them show Tenmataro with the staff? The only known document depicting Tenmataro. After all, those who needlessly depict the demon are forever cursed. Then what's the deal with the Tenmataro you saw, Jinxie? Yokai Legend Scroll updated in the court record. Jinxie's statement added to the court record. Why didn't you tell me you saw Tenmataro earlier? Actually, Mr. LaBelle told me not to tell. Mr. LaBelle? Papa's aide. Oh, right. The other guy who was supposedly in the foyer at the time of the crime. And what exactly did he tell you? Keep the village superstitions in mind. Before you go talking about seeing Tenmataro at the time of the crime. Village superstitions? They say you must not gaze upon They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro. But in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. And that's something everyone here knows? Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me. Uh-huh. Everyone from babies to the village elders know about it. I didn't because I'm not from around here. Hey, come to think of it. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces? Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that! Lower your eyes! He'll steal your soul if you're not careful! Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? The guy at the special event thing said almost the exact same thing. Apollo, do you think this LaBelle guy actually believes in Tenmataro? I seriously doubt it. He's not even from Ninetales Vale. Then why would he try to keep Jinxie from talking? Good question. I think we'd better go have a word with him. Time to unmask this monster of a mystery. The last time I saw Mr. LaBelle, he was relaxing in the foyer. Bueno! Next stop, the manor foyer. With any luck, he'll be there waiting for us. There's no one here. Guess our luck isn't so good when it comes to Mr. LaBelle. Maybe he's out for a walk or something. Somebody left something on the sill of the caretaker's office window. Oh, it's a TV program guide. Looks like someone circled a pro wrestling match. 3 o'clock. Tenma Pro Wrestling Howlin' Wolf versus Pretty Boy Vampire. Blow by blow commentary by Timothy Twilight. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Oh, Mr. Felch, what can we do for you? I bet she was going to scream monster, which really isn't much of a stretch. Ain't nothing I need you to do for me. But what business do you got with my TV listing? Oh no, it just caught my eye. Can I ask if you watched this pro wrestling program today? Yep, it was a match between a couple of rank amateurs though. It was a complete disaster. I reckon even I could have done better than that. I seriously doubt that. TV listings added to the court record. There is so much evidence already. Almost forgot. There's something I wanted to ask him. Mr. Filch, did you see anything unusual around the time of the murder? For example, Tenmataro or something like that? Huh? Tenmataro? So you did see him. How clean and shiny your forehead is again today, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Bet you shine it up every day real pretty like. The ladies must love it. Don't change the subject. And FYI, that was a seriously bad attempt at flattery. Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro flee toward the foyer. So you must have seen him too if you were here. Yipes! Wow, I really pushed the button there. Well, did you see anything or not? That is quite enough. I must ask that you do not pester my friends anymore. I don't even know what kind of voice do I give him? Do I give him a... That is quite enough. I must ask that you not pester my friends anymore. Yikes, forgive me for being pestered, sir. And you are? I am Florence Lebel. Bodivon, and Pastanel A to Mayo Damiant and Miel. Beau divine, more like yokai grotesque. Beau divine, more like yokai grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters. He looks like a vampire. Oh, excuse you! What the heck was that for? Oh, ha 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 ha! It was just a little cologne. You had a look of stinky sweat about you. It's from my own original brand of cosmetics called Je suis le belle. Oh, what a heavenly scent. Ugh, I think it just paralyzed my olfactory receptors. I suppose such a scent would be difficult for a peasant to appreciate. I'll have you know, that is brand number 5, Bonjour. It's my way of introducing myself. Enjoy! Where's my bottle of dew so I can return the favor? Enough about the cologne. Please tell us what you saw around the time of the murder. I'm showing everything because I feel like last time I didn't get to show... Yes, that's a warning charm. So what... Yes, that's a wording charm. But why are you showing it to me? Look! Damn on your thinking that would work on me. Bleh! You should be honored to be bathed in my beautiful scent, peasant. Nasty. Now I really wish it would work. Like I said, that's a lot of evidence already. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 pieces of evidence already. The amazing Nine Tails. What's so amazing about him? I mean, my glossies are selling way better than his. You sell glossies of yourself? That's right. I have one for all 7 of my hair colors. Well, I guess that's it. Civilization is over. If you want one, you need simply ask. I'll even let you choose the color yourself. No, thank you. I figure he doesn't have a very thick French accent. And that is the explanation I'm giving for my extremely low effort one at the moment. Keeping Jinxie quiet. I heard you're the one who told Jinxie not to mention that she saw Tenmataro. Why, that's little. So she told you she saw the demon, did she? Mr. LaBelle, do you mind if I ask whether you believe in the village superstitions? Oh, please. I was merely trying to keep up with traditions. Nevertheless, I will say this. I wouldn't stick my nose into this whole Tenmataro business if I were you. Bad things happen to those who do. That much is true. He is one scary monster. That's crazy. You really expect me to believe that monsters are real? Well, you're real, and you sure look like a monster. Look who's talking! So, Little Jinxie has an active imagination. Isn't that right, Phineas? That's right, I didn't see nothing, especially not Tenmataro. As for me, I only see things of beauty. That's why I can barely see you. I've got 2 words for this guy. Total freak. Your alibi. First, let me drink some water. Could I ask you what you were doing at the time of the crime? In other words, you would like to hear my alibi. Just think you'd suspected me of other people. Oh, no, it's just a formality. We ask- Ah! How dare you doubt me? That's an affront to beauty itself. You obviously can't see straight. Like that spritz really helped. What will we doing, you ask? Go ahead, Beauty. Answer the question. At the time of the crime, we were, in this here foyer. Exactly. Good answer, Filchi. Good answer. Just repeated what you're you've said quite enough. What is with these two? Great, now he's got me talking like that. I'll be quite through here. I'm a very busy man, you know. Right. Well, thanks for your help. So these two were in the foyer but didn't see Tematato. Come along, Filthy. Where we going? Oh, right. My eyes! Gotta practice them statements for tomorrow. Yipes! You're going to dig your own grave with that big mouse of yours someday. What does he mean, practice statements? Now, if you would excuse me, it's time to touch up my makeup. Apollo, I know this sounds strange, but Mr. Labella seems unusually preoccupied with Tim Mataro. Really? How can you tell? Well, it's kind of hard to explain. You see, I can read people's emotions from the tone of their voice. You mean you have good ears? Something like that. People's emotions are expressed in the tone of their voice, and my ears can pick up on even the subtlest of tones for some reason. That's an interesting skill. But what do you mean he's preoccupied with Tematato? I'm not exactly sure, but it was like he was obsessed with the thought of Tematato. That's what I picked up from his voice anyway. Every return is Tematato this, Tematato that. We should go talk to the mayor, too. Sounds like a plan. We need to get to the bottom of that rumor about him wanting to release Tematato. Detention room. Detention center visitors room. Something wrong, Apollo? Where did your enthusiasm go? What am I doing asking the mayor if he has ever thought about releasing Tematato? At best, he'll think I'm an idiot. At worst, stutter. Oh, he's here! It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm Mr. Justice's partner, Athena Sykes. I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Tenma. Tato? Oh, yes. I look forward to working with you, too. Eek! Glad you didn't mind Athena calling him by a completely wrong name. Apollo, he's just as kind and gentle looking as I'd imagined. Lucky for you, even after that blunder you just made. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. There were rumors going around about how you want to, or did set Tematato free. What other nonsense! Yikes! They always assume the worst of me because of the way I look. But those rumors don't have a shred of truth, I tell you. A little touchy about his appearance, isn't he? What he really needs to work on are his people skills. Hey, let's show him everything that I have. Unique dialogue, please. Please. Oh, whoops. This is the photo of the crime scene. You didn't happen to see a yokai there, did you? What in the world are you talking about? Oh, no, I'm not saying I believe in monsters or anything. I'm sorry. Please, somebody let me out of here. So did you see one? You know, like, I don't know, Tenmataro or... Never mind, just forget it. Is he laughing at me with me or even laughing at all? It's kind of hard to tell. Okay. Tenmataro's revival. So rumor has it that you want to push the merger through in order to release Tenmataro. Of course, that's a bunch of baloney, isn't it? Brrr. Sorry if I offended you. So that's the talk of the town. That's the talk around town, is it? I can see how that would make you angry. What if Jinxie's schoolmates start teasing her about this? Huh? I must break out of here at once. Her tormentors must be taught a lesson. No, wait! First we have to get you a not guilty verdict. Don't try to stop me. This is about a father's duty to his darling daughter. Hold tight, sweet Jinxie. Daddy's coming to save you. Relax. We'll look out for your daughter until we can get you free. Is that so? You don't need me to go straighten things out myself? Woo boy! They'd probably call in the SWAT team if he showed up at her school. Oh, right. I ought to ask what the reason behind the merger. Why the merger? It seems like you were rather forceful in pushing for the municipal merger. Did you really want Ninetales Vale that badly? Yes, well, it's quite an attractive prize in terms of tourism. Wait, am I feeling what I think I'm feeling? Sure, I played a bit of hardball, but only when I deemed it necessary. I knew it. My bracelet's reacting. What is it, Apollo? Mayor Tenma may not be telling the whole truth. Really? How can you tell? People invariably tense up when they lie. That's where my bracelet here comes in. I can sense when the person I'm talking to is feeling tense. Because it begins to feel tight on my arm. No way! You can do that? Wait, so you believe me just like that? Sure, each of us has our own special gifts. Oh yeah, Athena has a gift too, her special sense of hearing. So, what do you think the mayor is lying about? I don't know, but it's our job to find out. It's been a while since my bracelet last reacted like this. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. First, I touch my bracelet with X. Right, let's give it a whirl. Yes, I remember this feeling of intense concentration. The ability to see the smallest twitch, the slightest frown that no one else can see. Now, Mayor Tenma was lying somewhere in that statement he just made. And when he lied, a certain habit made itself clear just under his right eye. I just have to shift my viewpoint up and focus on that area. Alright, I've got him now. His nervous tail should appear when he's trying to pull the wool up in my eyes. I've got to pore over every word he says and wait for it to appear. And when it does, I'll perceive it. Yes, well, it's quite an attractive prize. In terms of tourism.
Gotcha!
Mr. Mayor, please, you can trust us with the truth. The truth? I don't understand. When you mentioned tourism, the bottom of your right eye started twitching. What nonsense is this? So what if it did? Please tell us more about your merger bid. What more is there to tell? Why were you really seeking to merge with Ninetales Vale? I already told you, tourism. The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite the prize. You really don't trust us, do you? What are you talking about? The village has been pop property ever since the monster craze started, has it not? I think you've yet to realize that what you're saying contradicts the facts. You said that the monster craze really revitalized Ninetales Vale, so... You felt it would be an attractive prize for its tourism, but that would contradict this. Uh-huh.
Wait, what? Huh? Confused. You felt it would be an attractive prize for its tourism, but that would contradict this. The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite the prize. This is the lie. But what do I have that would contradict that? Um... I am confused. After leaving the scene and calling the police, they passed each other at a bend in the hall as he made for the foyer. He was carrying a staff-like implement that jingled. He couldn't call for help because there was no one else in the hall.
Take that! Take that!
Oh, okay, so there's no consequences for this, so...
Take that! Take that!
What the hell?
Take that! Take that!
I don't understand.
Take that! Take that!
This is so weird.
Take that!
My attorney said.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
I'm confused. I'm gonna need this game to take me by the hand and lead me to the answer.
Take that!
The monster craze in Ninetales Vale is a very recent phenomenon. It was sparked when the amazing Ninetales rose up against the municipal merger. The village was practically a ghost town before then. Ark! So you see, you couldn't have possibly seen it as an attractive prize for its tourism. What's the real reason behind your push to merge Tenma Town with Ninetales Vale, huh? Well, Why the merger? Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Honestly, I never wanted to pursue the merger in the first place. But I had no choice if I wanted to protect my darling little Jinxie. Protect her from what? I received a threat.
It said either I go through the merger or my Jinxie dies.
What? How awful! Who would do such a thing?
I don't know, but whoever blackmailed me must be connected to the murder.
Wait, so you think the blackmailer and the killer could be one and the same?
Alderman QB was immensely popular, so you have to ask, who would want him dead? The blackmailer who wanted the merger at all costs had all the motive in the world.
But why go from murder? But why go from blackmail to murder? The merger protest wouldn't disappear just because the alderman was killed.
Ah, could it be? What if there was another reason for the murder?
Like what?
The blackmailer discovered Alderman QB's secret identity, and his secret identity was a threat to the blackmailer's merger scheme.
What do secret identities have to do with anything, Apollo?
I have evidence revealing the alderman's secret identity. Maybe it's time to use it. Mirror Tenma, please take a look at this if you would. That's the amazing nine-tailed mask. What is the meaning of this? This mask was almost definitely at the crime scene. And there was some white hair inside. White hair, you say? There was but one person with white hair in the manor that day. What are you saying? You know which man I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Rex QB, the amazing nine-tailed himself.
No way!
The alderman was impossible.
Wait, come to think of it, Alderman QB was a former pro wrestler. So the blackmailer turned killer when he discovered the alderman's secret identity.
Didn't I just say that? But yeah, the amazing Ninetales was a threat to the blackmailer's scheme. He opposed the merger and as a result single-handedly sparked the monster craze.
Even so, what was the mask doing at the crime scene?
There had been an event at the manor. And maybe Alderman QB had taken part in it, if you get my drift.
Ericado of Tuber just traded with 3 viewers.
Hello! Thank you for the raid! I really appreciate it! Hello raiders. I'm Melody Wisp. I'm an accessibility provider who also streams. I'm currently playing, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. And I'm currently in the middle of the second game in the trilogy, Dual Destinies. I'm in the middle of, the second case. I started it, about 2 hours ago. And we're about to head into the trial segment, which is exciting. Hope everyone's been having a good day. And thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it a lot. How was your stream? Currently, I have I have 2 different male voices that I'm doing, and they sound exactly the same, so sorry about that.
This is absurd. Mr. Mayor, do you have proof of the threat that was made against you? Yes, a blackmail letter. Unfortunately, it disappeared after the murder. I'd been carrying it around in my briefcase, but now it suddenly vanished. The blackmailer must have taken it with them after they killed the alderman. Well, at least we've clearly established the killer's motive. Mayor Tenma, visiting hours are over. It would appear this meeting is adjourned.
Apollo, do you really think the Tematato that Jinxie saw is the killer?
I don't know. All I know is that there is no such thing as monsters.
What about that newspaper article? Could the killer have purposely freed Tematato to do their dirty work?
Oh, come on! There wasn't any Tematato to release in the first place!
Yes, but the only suspects the police have right now are the mayor and a yokai.
We'll probably be arguing whether there was a yokai involved in court tomorrow. Sigh. I can already see that look of disbelief on the judge's face.
Apollo? Are you alright?
I'm fine! I'll think of something. I'd better because I can't very well say a flying demon was the killer. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow is going to be one doozy of a trial.
Oh yeah, heading into that trial segment. Let me drink some water first. You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here. I'm just excited. This is my first real court case after all. Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena! Eek! Didn't you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices? I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters. By scaring the daylights out of me? No, I find that shouting, "I'm fine" in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's part of my Cords of Steel voice workouts, and a must before every trial. You want me to shout? Here? That's right. Here, I'll go first, then you try. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine! That reminds me of SpongeBob screaming, I'm ugly and I'm proud. Alright, I'm Athena Sykes, and I'm fine. I think that actually worked. I thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time. I see. A proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it. Hey, how about we finish off with, a race around the courthouse? The point is to relieve stress, not get totally exhausted. What's with all the racket, you two? Oh, Mr. Wright. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this? I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back, that's all. That's all? That's huge news! But why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. But we can talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. Oh, wow. I'm so used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. That suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, have you heard of the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time, but before that, he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology? That's right. I've heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, he could make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Psychology in the courtroom. Been hearing a lot about that lately. So you must be a pretty scary guy considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. Ugh! I knew he was gonna be bad news. Ha ha ha! It's probably just hyperbole. At least, I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is. Yikes! Better tone down my cords of steel, too. So are you all ready? It might be a good idea to check the court record again before stepping into the ring. Right, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine. I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks. Okay, let's do this. The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client. Seek the truth. That's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma. Here comes justice. Oh, perfect. An ad break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Now I'm just stretching a little bit before starting and then finishing the first trial segment because it feels like this is going to be a two-parter. First trial, then at least one other investigation, and then at least one other trial. Sometimes those trial segments can be really short. Woo! Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. I'd know that big, booming voice anywhere. As chipper as ever, eh, Mr. Justice? But who is the young lady next to you? I'm Athena Sykes, Mr. Justice's junior partner and fresh out of law school. Well now, full of beans too, eh? She's full of beans. That's right, Judge. Excellent. Makes an old man feel young again. Now for the prosecution. It appears the prosecution is not ready yet. Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak. Prison? Oh, yes, of course. I almost forgot that he's currently serving time. Why are they letting him?
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate.
He cut someone down? With a sword, of all things? This is dramatic as hell.
But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
Usually they take away your license when you get convicted of a serious crime, right? Especially a felony. He probably talks like this. Oh, he's so cool. Look at him. Look at our murderer. Who's that with his back to us over there? That's him. I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Ahem. Is the prosecution ready? Enough jabbering. Get on with it already. Oh, of course, forgive me. Ugh, why are all the people related to this case so scary? Very well, prosecutor. Oh, what's the matter? Must we continue to fritter away time like this? It is all right there in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless. Pointless? Oh, well... Looks like the cat, or in this case, the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue. But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand. Well then, your baldness, if it's so very important, why don't you do the honors? He's so edgy. Who, me? It's a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things. And then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool. I've decided not to give him a voice at all, apparently. Huh? Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement? Old doters such as you are a plague upon the young. Bleh, bleh, bleh. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Dotards? Dotards? Dottards? Maybe it's dottards. I pity your poor grandchildren. Or is it great-grandchildren? All these years, I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace. What? He actually fell for that? That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about. Ahem. The opening statement, huh? Let's see here. Must take you back, huh, Your Honor? To your days of... Was he a defense attorney or a prosecutor? I'm gonna say he's a defense attorney because I like him. But sometimes he's a little too friendly with the prosecution, so maybe he was a prosecutor. Let's see here. The victim was one Rex Cuby, an alderman of Nine-Tailed Vale. And the defendant, Damien Tenma, mayor of Tenma Town, is accused of his murder. And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested? His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive. The elimination of the biggest roadblocks in the municipal merger. Their caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive. So in a nutshell, I'd have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible. Bravo, your baldness! Your years of experience shine bright like your head. Ho ho ho! Flattery will get you everywhere. He's playing Simon Says with the judge. Moving right along now, let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I am the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here. I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that. It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what? Whoops. Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, even old Blackwell here. Fulbright! Save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement. Ha! That's the spirit. Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you. Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright. Well, you know what they say. Ignorance is bliss. Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious. Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright. You got it! But first, I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail. About the murder. Alderman Cuby was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman Cuby was asleep from a drug he had unwillingly ingested. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back. Alderman Cuby had been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug? That's right. The accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it. Cuby's autopsy report added to the court record. Cause of death, stabbed with a spear. Estimated time of death, around 3:20 p.m. The victim had been in a drug-induced slumber. And the victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear? That sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible? Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him.
Objection!
Not so fast. Don't try to brush it all off by saying the alderman had been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear? Never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink. I don't know, it still sounds a little far-fetched. Does it now? Then perhaps we should test the theory on you with the edge of my blade. I didn't sign up for this. Why does he have a... Why did they let him come in with a weapon? Oh, okay. And so your life is spared, for now. Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. Haha! My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright. I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest. Hey! That's pretty cool! He should do that! The accused prints were on the weapon, and he's the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence. Wouldn't you agree, your baldness? The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute. He has the judge leaning toward a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun. What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the merger for the purpose of freeing Tenma from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards burg. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he is raving mad and more than capable of murdering the alderman. That mayor is a strange one, all right. I heard he went to a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal. Order! There will be no gossiping in my court. Your baldness, please take a gander at those charms plastered around its cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenma. Then again, perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Behold! The lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment. Yeep!
Hold it!
The rumors and quirks of Mayor Tenma have no relevance to this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement. I think.
Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they?
The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud.
Oh, what a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here. Whew! Thanks for that lifeline, Athena.
Careful, Apollo. He has the judge dancing in the palm of his hand. The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives.
This guy really is bad news.
In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker?
None other than this statue right here.
It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle.
Two yokai, to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox, and on the other, Tenma. Quite interesting, if you think about it.
It's as though this very case were rendered in art. Fox and demon statue updated in the court record. The mayor's blood was found on it, but no prints could be lifted.
Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
About the murder. Alderman QB was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall.
Whoops, press.
Hold it!
So, those weapons on the wall of the Fox Chamber, I presume those are real? Don't you think keeping real weapons around like that is rather dangerous? No matter what he collected, the Alderman insisted it be the real deal. For instance, he had a real demon's club in his possession. Apparently, one of his ancestors claimed it after defeating a demon in battle. What? That's gotta be an old wives' tale. Ha ha ha! The Alderman had pure, unadulterated justice flowing in his veins. Whatever he did it right. We've lost a real champion of justice in his death. Nothing but claptrap and balderdash, if you ask me. Now stop your bleeding and tell us about the weapon. Your wish is my command. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. It doesn't make sense if you think about it. Prints could be easily wiped off. You do have a point there. I'd venture to say he did not wipe off the prints because he could not. What do you mean?
Looks like he wants you to figure it out. Well, don't just stand there. Show him who's boss.
I'm totally lost. So why don't you just tell me the answer already?
I don't think he saw that plea for help.
You feeling alright, kid? Running a fever, perhaps? I wish trials came with a reset button.
Well, the specifics may yet come to light. Please proceed, Detective Fulbright.
At the time, Alderman QB was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested.
Hold it!
Come to think of it, a coffee cup was found on the floor. Was the sedative in his cup? Bingo! We found traces of a sleeping agent all over the inside of the cup. And that is why he was out cold. That is, until he leapt to his feet upon being impaled by the mayor. What an awful way to wake up. A rather stimulating eye-opener if you ask me. I too would have risen to the attack, for to die in battle is the samurai way. Paradise awaits fallen heroes, but that hole in his stomach would make eating a challenge. Prosecutor Blackwell, please. Those morbid jokes of yours have no place in this court. Says the jester in detective's guise. Moving right along. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab.
Hold it!
So the alderman was drugged because he was really strong? Didn't you see those rock-hard muscles of his? I'm surprised the spear even managed to pierce that armor-like musculature. I admit, I'm completely jealous of that righteous body of his. Ha ha ha! Well, he did look pretty buff, even in that suit he had on. Quite a difference when compared with a yellow belly like you. Yellow belly? Who even says that anymore?
Yeah, and the color's all wrong, too. Ooh, I know. How about a squishy red tomato?
I move to strike both of your comments from the record. Mr. Justice's character is not the issue here.
Now, let's get back to what happened after the far more muscular alderman was impaled.
Yes, well, your average person would likely have died on the spot. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed the statue and struck back.
Hold it!
Could he really have attacked his attacker after being impaled with that huge spear? Absolutely! After all, he was once a pro wrestler. The injustice of being drugged then speared was answered with a righteous counterattack. But does being a former pro wrestler make him superhuman? Absolutely! After all, he was one of the good guys, like a superhero on the side of justice. Even though he was retired, he could still don his superhero guise in times of need.
Objection!
You need to lay off the comic books, detective. We're talking about real life here. Setting aside the half-wit flights of fancy, the fact is this. The court-ordered post-mortem concluded the victim moved after his skewering. So he found the strength somehow to attack its attacker, huh?
Detective Fulbright's testimony sounds airtight. No wonder he's so confident.
No, he only thinks it's airtight. It's up to us to poke some holes in it. That part about the alderman fighting back sounds like a big hole wanting to be poked.
Okay.
Oh, it doesn't say anything here that contradicts that. The statue seems like it's pretty far away. Wait, no prints on it.
Objection!
Did the alderman really strike the mayor? What? Are you questioning my sense of justice? Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him, but the statue he supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory. It would appear that the defense has a counter-argument. Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective statue theory. There are no fingerprints. There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, you'll notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves. Yes, I believe he is quite gloveless indeed. If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you? Oh! This can't be happening! Did I arrest the wrong man?
You did it, Apollo! You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse!
Well, it's just 1 point in our favor.
Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman?
Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else must have clubbed the mayor.
You mean there was a third party there in the Fox chamber?
Exactly, and this could be the big break we've been looking for. There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion? The least he could do was look at me while being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as an unhoned blade, Justice Dono. Justice Dono? He's been watching too many samurai flicks. It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackwell. There was a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood was the mayor's. So, what are you getting at? Hone your mind, boy! Why was there blood on that cloth? Solve that riddle and you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion. Now let's see, how was that cloth used? Was it used to wrap the statue? Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Oh! Precisely. Bully for you, boy. Ah, it was nothing. Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you, too. You just closed the hole for the prosecution. I did? Ah, I did! Right. That a statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But why would the victim why would he feel the need to do that? That's so ridiculous. Why would he pick up the statue with a piece of cloth? Was he worried about getting it dirty? He was about to hit someone with it. That doesn't make any sense. But this also proves there are no holes in our theory of the alderman striking back. Oh! The mayor used to bludgeon the mayor, wrapped in a large cloth. 2 pages. Is what that says. 2 pages. Now do you see how dull your mind is? I'll make sure to sharpen it next time. A particularly frightening inmate once told me that he always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. Samurai? Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me. Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time. Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef? It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all. I was kinda attached to that hole. Now what? Yuck, dude. Yikes. Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it? Why didn't I think of that? Anybody could have not left fingerprints on it. Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please, illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady. There's only one answer. The real killer. Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you? Oh, I'll give you evidence, all right. Athena, are you sure about this? To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks, allegedly from a yokai, were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with that statue. Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed that alderman? That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection!
No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left. Ah! Sorry. Guess I got carried away. Mr. Justice, we've no time to deal with objections between members of the defense. Sorry, Your Honor. It's just, this kid's still, well, a kid. Ouch, you meanie! I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright. So, is this you? Let me drink some water. So, is this court to believe the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as he put it? No, Your Honor. I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman. Interesting. And why do you suppose the killer would do that? Why indeed? Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is. Ouch. This, I'm not reporting to Mr. Wright. Boy, Fulbright, explain to his baldness what these brats are missing.
You know, the who and why behind those feathers and tracks. What? You mean you can explain all that? Ha ha ha! Our investigative prowess is without equal. Starting to think I chose the wrong profession. Very well, let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks. Witness testimony. Feathers and tracks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the Amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears? Absolutely. He knew exactly how to prey on their superstitious minds. Those feathers only gave weight to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. The accursed demon Tenma Taro, that is. Tenma who? Tenma Taro, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black feathered demon, and thus were they blinded to other, more plausible explanations.
Hold it!
Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect? Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor, and as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenma Taro. Obviously, this person is a much more likely suspect than any legendary demon.
Objection!
Dullard, you are playing right into the killer's mind games. What? Listen here. The feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believe the murder to be the work of the real Tenma Taro. However, the police believe that the person in the Tenma Taro store is the killer. Ah! The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman, and thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
Objection!
The evidence speaks for itself. Fulbright. Right. It was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The Amazing Ninetales was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestlers and the hometown favorites. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice. But did the people of Ninetales Vale really believe a yokai is behind the crime? Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds. Just so, a particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey. You don't say! Was this inmate a con artist? No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey? Yes, well... Now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination. Feathers and tricks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, is the anti-merger movement really that strong? Oh, absolutely! They parade around in yokai costumes shouting, "Down with Mayor Tenma!" And just the other day, they stormed him at City Hall, claiming it was a den of vipers. But when the accused showed his face, the angry mob scattered like leaves upon an autumn wind. For you see, lowly yokai are no match for Tenma Taro, the dark lord of their kind. Wait, are the villagers scared of Mayor Tenma or Tenma Taro? I'm confused. I think he means Mayor Tenma. It's easier to get the wrong impression about the guy. Detective Fulbright, why do you suppose the defendant would commit such an act? Mayor Tenma panicked when the Amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. The Amazing Ninetales. No one knows his true identity, right? That's right. And he was a lone wolf, or in other words, he didn't belong to a wrestling federation. He appeared like a shooting star, defending one Tenma Town wrestler after another. Defeating, I mean. And before anyone knew it, he was champion.
Like the samurai of yore, surrounded thick with enemies, he cut them down one by one. It was a complete and utter loss of face for Tenma Town Pro Wrestling. He was amazing! If ever there was a real superhero, it would be him. I dream of becoming a true champion justice like him someday. I bet Detective Fulbright would be a great pro wrestler. He could even team up with Prosecutor Blackwell. A police detective and a prisoner in chains? You know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would. Ha ha ha! So you do understand the greatness that is the Amazing Ninetales. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster.
Hold it!
Did the murder and yokai evidence really stoke the villagers' fears? Absolutely! It had an immediate effect. The presumed return of the dreaded Tenma Taro has them shaking in their boots. Oh my, is it really that bad? That superstitious lot? It's as if Jack the Ripper had been set loose in that village. The mere thought of that demon lurking about is enough to spark a mass exodus. I see. That's a very persuasive argument. The mere thought of his honor buying into Simon the Psycho Slasher's words makes me want to spark my own exodus out of the courtroom right about now. So you see, there can only be one reason why anyone would plant those feathers and tracks. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer.
Hold it!
But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with murder? What do you mean? You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman Cuby? Excellent point. It is, isn't it? So your honor agrees there is no reason for the murder, correct?
Objection!
Nice try. Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment. You're saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery. A startling discovery? Why don't I like the sound of that? Alderman Cuby's secret identity. Apollo. I think Prosecutor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? This is not good. This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the Amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene. Oh my! But why would it have been there? Well, Your Honor, the victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more? Well, could it really be? Your baldness has had an epiphany, I see. Our victim, Rex Cuby, was the Amazing Ninetales, and the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder. No! Order! Order! What a shocking development. A motive clearer than crystal clear. What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they tied the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. At last we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your baldness? I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona, just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement. Very astute of you, your baldness. Right, now take a look at this. Blackmail letter. If you value your dearest life, you will merge Ninetales Vale with Tenma Town. Oh shoot. I didn't get to read the rest of it. Is it in the history? Nope. This blackmail letter was found in Alderman Cuby's pocket. What? At present, the Alderman's wife is in the hospital, and that letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life. Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing right after the Alderman's murder? You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it into the Alderman's pocket? It's possible, but we don't have any proof that that's what happened. Talk about being up the creek without a paddle. Blackmail letter added to the court record. A threatening letter discovered in one of Alderman Cuby's pockets. Do not tell anyone about this threat. If you do, consider your dearest as good as dead. Oh, so it was really vague too, huh? Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he just left after planning the yokai things. But he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the Amazing Ninetales. So it was the Amazing Ninetales' counterattack that brought the entire crime to light. Wait a sec. Fulbright's claiming that the mayor killed the alderman after planting the yokai evidence, and that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that? Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks.
Hold it!
So let me get this straight. You believe the mayor planted the yokai evidence before the murder, not after? Absolutely. And then he was knocked out cold by the alderman's last punch. He wouldn't have had a chance to plant the evidence after that. Something's not right there. Hard to believe that a stiff, humorless man like the mayor could be behind such a stunt. What? We have to do something, Apollo, before they pin it all on the mayor. Then we're going to need to prove that Mayor Tenma didn't plant that yokai stuff. How are we supposed to do that?
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. This is the crime scene photo. And just what does this prove? It proves when the feathers and tracks were planted. But I already told you they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence, then was knocked out while killing his victim. But that would be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene.
Take that!
Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice? Yes, see how the feathers are on top of the blood and the tracks were made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. Then the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman. But you said it yourself, the mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene. Oh! There must be some mistake! Order, order! Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Ha 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 ha! Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness's testimony for you. You do? But how? Oh. Was my vaunted sense of justice really just half-baked? He's taking this really hard. Mr. Justice? What is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have? I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenma Taro. He's the source of those feathers and tracks. They did it again. Instead of saying that it was a man in a costume, they said it was the actual demon. Will somebody please say something? The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means. You dare to mock this court and justice itself? You're unfit to bear your name, boy! Your baldness, it appears that our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion. Apollo! Think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court! What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please hear me out? Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears, but you had better explain yourself. What was this yokai you were talking about? It's all in this statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that... Sorry, my bad. It's all in this statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro after she discovered the crime scene and called the police. She came around a corner in the hall. It was around here. that she saw Temotaro fleeing toward the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise. What? How incredibly unjust! Why haven't I heard about this before? The defense just proved there was someone else. So the mayor isn't the killer? Was it all a setup? The prosecutor is a convicted felon, after all. Apollo! The momentum has shifted in our favor. Good. Now let's keep it that way.
Objection!
Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken. My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying there's a problem with my claim? Consider this. If that yokai impersonator had indeed fled toward the foyer, that fool and that fop would have seen him. Fool and fop? Oh, you mean Filch and LaBelle. Now that you mention it. Both Phineas Filch and Florent LaBelle were in the foyer at the time, but they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination? Ugh, why didn't those two see the Temotaro impersonator pass by? Why don't we ask them ourselves? I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something. I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackwell? I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby. I knew that tanuki was a rare find. But when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say captured? No, wait. I don't want to know. Very well then. Bailiff, please go wake Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand. Let me get some water. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please? The name is Filch, Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. Just a little something I thought you might like. Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes. And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch. It's those shoes again. Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Filch stole them again. They're all yours, your honorship, sir. What? But they seem awfully expensive. Yep, too expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your honorship. It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts. Aw, ethics methics. Just take them if you want them. Polish them up real nice for you, too. I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Temotaro in the foyer after the murder. Witness testimony. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no siree. That yokai you keep jabbering on about was but a phantom of a little girl's dreams. So, you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Temotaro? Yep. Was guarding the whole time. That's the truth, the whole truth, and none but the truth. Nutter butter truth. Nutter butter the truth. And Temotaro, bah, y'all don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo jumbo, do ya? I certainly don't. My bracelet. It's... Something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm.
Really? So you think Mr. Filch has been lying to us?
I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell, some sort of nervous habit. Ah! What in the... What's a hawk doing in here? He's so edgy! He fucking has a pet hawk. That's so funny. Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact. He doesn't live with you. You know, in jail? Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud, and that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard. This isn't some sort of... Ugh! I won't be able to spot squat like this. What the heck's going on around here? Run for the hills! No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. Ah! Somebody help! Oh, he's merely having a bit of sports. He won't harm you, save when truly famished. In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed.
Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way.
We'll be fine, I think. If there was someone dressed as Tenmataro there, Filch should have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now. Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination. Guarding the foyer.
At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. Cuby asked.
Hold it!
Mr. Filch, why did Alderman Cuby have you handle guard duty?
Because he trusts me. I am the mayor's caretaker after all.
So you took some guard duty seriously?
Let me tell you something about me. Yaps!
Listen here, you little Tanuki. Get straight to the point and be quick about it. The court wishes to hear what you did or didn't see in the foyer, not else.
Yes, of course, sir. Right away, sir.
Blackwell's got him completely under his thumb.
Like I said, I was guarding the foyer entrance that day. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get in.
So no one could get to him. Sounds like security was pretty tight.
That's because there's always lots of sneaks and thieves around festival time. And the solution was to entrust the manor security to a thief? That's not even funny.
Maybe it's a matter of
stopping thieves from hiring one. After all, it takes one to know one.
I don't know, it seems more like letting the fox guard the hen house to me.
So the witness testifies that he took his guard duty seriously? Yes, sir, your honorship, sir. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m.
Hold it!
Did you really keep an eye on the foyer the entire time?
Poor old Filchy. Been working hard my whole life, only to be smeared by some greenhorn in some fancy smanchy suit and steal a haircut. Ah! Sorry, Mr. Blackwell, sir. Didn't mean to get off subject there.
Sheesh. Blackwell didn't even say anything.
To answer your question, yes, I kept an eye. No, both of them, in fact, on the foyer. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no siree.
Hold it!
Could you describe to the court who you would consider fishy looking?
Someone all fidgety and shifty like, you know, like they're about to steal something.
He just described himself.
I wonder why Mr. Filch didn't see Tenmataro.
Maybe Jinxie only thinks she saw Tenmataro. Or
maybe Mr. Filch is lying.
And if he's lying, we might be able to spot a contradiction in his testimony. Okay? Still in my office, keeping a good watch when the murder... Wait.
Objection!
Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch.
Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fellow like that.
Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled, something you'd never miss. Ah! I didn't watch that one, no siree, I was doing my job just like I was supposed to do. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Yaps! Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." Oh! So, do you admit to slacking off? You can't trick me with your ruddy poo lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types, too. I can do double duty, watching TV in the foyer at the same time. The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional of is professional thief. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off? That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV in the foyer at the same time, but that's nothing but a bald-faced lie. Bald, you say? But I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps even the witness, Mr. Justice. And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV in the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it.
Take that!
Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch's eyes were his right ear should be, I think it would be impossible to watch this foyer entrance and the TV at the same time. Why, yes, someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance. Exactly, and that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claim. Yaps! The bag's out of the cat! I mean the other way around! Order, order, order. But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case? It's very relevant because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Tenmatato impersonator in the foyer.
Objection!
What now? Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about? Security camera. This. I'm not a... Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work, right, Tanuki? They were? I mean, yes, they were. But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't? My eyes might be lazy, but my ears aren't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see, the foyer floor and stairway get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, creak, creak. Loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon. So, you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yep, my ears were working full time. So who's the liar now, you no good shyster? A lying thief calling me a shyster. This has to be the low point of my fledgling career. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Black Squill. Sir, y'all really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing. And them bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine. Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Taka is particularly fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu. Yaps! Please don't hate me, Mr. Taka, sir. The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly. Witness testimony. Ears working overtime. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor there is all squeaky, creaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Tenmatato in the foyer. Wow, that scratched my voice up. Ad starts in 1 minute. Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense, for lacking that, our entire world would be but upside down. Says the convict prosecutor who is totally a sign of the end times for the legal world. And besides, if there were any yokai roaming about, I'd nab him, sell him to the zoo. I wonder whether Jinxie was just singing things. That seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. But if we can't prove she saw Tenmataro, the mayor's sure to be convicted. Then we better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Okay. Ad starting now. I'll just take a little break. Once this trial segment is over, I will end the stream. Come on. Ad play now. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime.
Hold it!
You are paid for your work, aren't you? So how do you justify watching TV on the job? But it didn't even be me. I mean, I can't watch TV when we have visitors and there's no way to record stuff. Sorry, am I supposed to be consoling you over your first world problems? Okay. Ad started now. God, my voice is broken. How's it going, YouTube? If those are his only problems, he should consider himself lucky. I guess pro wrestling is serious business to Mr. Filch.
Hold it!
You lied earlier about taking your guard duty seriously, didn't you? Oh, there ain't no harm in bending the truth a little, right? Listen to me, you little tanuki. Lie again and Taka shall feast upon that forked tongue of yours. Yops! Sorry, just let me keep my tongue. At least leave it until we get the truth out of him in any case. You were negligent in your duties, were you not? Yes, sir, I was, sir, but it ain't like that. The floor there's all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by.
Hold it!
So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch. As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, that Tematato makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle. Jingle jangle? How does he do that? It's that staff of his. That's what jingle jangles. There's no staff in the depictions of him, dude. You must have seen him. I've noticed his staff. What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Tematato has a staff that makes noise. That's to think of it. Didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Tematato holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound. I guess that's the source of the noise then. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Filch says Tematato jingle jangled. Would you consider that vital information? Very important. Extremely vital. I request that it be added to his testimony. If Tematato were to pass by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle.
Hold it!
So Tematato's staff makes a distinctive sound. Yep, like a jingle and a jangle. Wait, Jinxie says something like that. Something about Tematato making a jangly sound? I think we're missing something here, but I can't quite put a finger on it. So you see, there were no Tematato in the foyer.
Hold it!
Please tell the court, what did Jinxie see if it was not Tematato? She's always going about seeing this yokai or that. Just an active imagination, I reckon. She won't even come near me because she thinks I'm some sort of tanuki monster. Can't say I blame her. So Mr. Filch, you chalk it up to a child's active imagination. Yep. No Tematato or anyone else got in or out of Kiwi matter on my watch. Apollo, what could this mean? Do you think Jinxie was just seeing things? Well, if that's the case, the details she provided were pretty impressive. But if we're to continue believing Jinxie's statements, we'll have to uncover Filchie's lie? Right, or find out why he can't tell the truth.
Objection!
Tematato's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm going to say that your story doesn't add up. Is there something the defense would like to share with the court? Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Tematato on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Tematato would be holding a staff? Huh? You see, the Tematato Jinxie saw held a staff in his hands, and she described his sound just like you did, as a kind of jangly sound. Yeah, so he was holding a staff. What's your point?
Objection!
The point is that Tematato doesn't use a staff, not normally. What are you talking about? You see, this is the only known document depicting Tematato. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch? You're right. There's no staff, not even a cane or a walking stick. Ack! So the question is, why does the witness think Tematato uses a staff? I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well now, this is getting interesting. Alright, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Tematato carries a staff. He actually saw him. Mr. Filch actually saw Tematato right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff. Busted again! Bloody hell! Yes, how'd that feel, Black Quill? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Tematato that day, didn't you? Well? I'm begging you, please don't make me say it. But clearly you did see Tematato. Stop stalling and just testify to that fact.
No can do. No way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be. Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Tenmatato, even though everyone knows he did. The question now is, why? Mr. Filch is scared to death. Is that why he can't admit the truth? Come to think of it. They say you must not gaze upon Tenmatato, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmatato will claim your soul. Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Tenmatato after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone that she had seen Tenmatato, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too? So Mr. Big Time City Slicker Lawyer has heard about him. Them old village superstitions? Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about? The people of Ninetailed Vale believe some pretty strange things. And their superstitions may be the reason why our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Tenmatato. Darn straight, that's why! It's all right here! Village superstitions. Do not gaze upon Tenmatato. Do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul? See? That's why us folks in Ninetailed Vale can't talk about seeing Tenmatato. Village superstitions added to the court record. Superstitions that have been handed down generation to generation in Ninetailed Vale. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tenmatato costume. They knew that way no one could talk about him, so it was as if he never existed. The defense holds that this Tenmatato impersonator is the true killer. What?
Objection!
Superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could so... This is a weird sentence. And would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackquill.
Objection!
Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark, sleepless nights. There is no lack of superstitions in the Clink, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Ninetailed Vale. A life or death superstition might make even you a believer. Brr. Roar! XD. Low, random. Word means I love you in dinosaur. Order! Order, I say! Stop with the cringe! Uwu? You fool of a tanuki. 2 times now your lies have cost me. He's on his last life. Sorry, I promise not to do it again. Smirk. Taka, my fine feathered friend, have at him! Yaps! He's gonna eat me alive! Head for the hills! Ah! He took off. Bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him and with your fastest men! That's certainly not something you see every day. Well, it would seem a new important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as the yokai Tenmatato was at the scene. And now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections for Prosecutor Blackquill? Oh, he broke it this time. Uh-oh. What? Huh? Ah! His shackles. Ah! I'm too young to die! Justice Dono, long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You had best say your prayers. Eek! Oh my god, he fled. He didn't merely run away, he fled with his tail between his
legs. Detective, do something! Ha ha ha! Have no fear! Fulbright is here! All might, huh? When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going!
Objection!
Then get going already before he kills us! Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackwell, for it is his sense of justice that set him free! Objection! Objection! I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice!
Silence.
Whoa, we got hit with a silence! I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards. Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to, you know. I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. So, Justice Dono's assertion is this. Tenma Taro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Right, and that yokai, or rather, whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman Kyubi.
Silence.
Out! Care to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber? What? He's right. She said nothing about Tamataro being in the Fox Chamber. Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is? Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewed murder victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. No, there must have been someone dressed up like Ah! Then why does that little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the Fox Chamber? Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room. I don't understand. Why didn't she see Tenma Taro inside the Fox Chamber? There is but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh! The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long has my blade thirsted for blood. At long last it shall be sated! Wait, this is still a trial, right? Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice Dono. Very well then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. The court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... Ah! 3 minutes. I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess? Just so. Plenty of time for if your destination of intent is the loo. Plenty of time if there were an ad break on Twitch that were to play just now. How funny. The loo? You mean the bathroom? Sheesh, at least include enough time to wash our hands. See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished. Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins. I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round, as Simon says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, what was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenma Taro impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy in the whole samurai act, anyway? Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel. No, wait! Let's say the dueling intel after we prove your innocence. I suppose it could wait till later. Sigh. Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm gonna go wash up. Remember what Blackwell said, Apollo. Don't be late. Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tenma, a maid at Kyubi Manor. I believe we can proceed now. If the witness is ready, that is. Leader of the 100 demons! It really does exist! Wow, that is one well-polished tray. The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. What is it, my child? Leader of the 100 demons! Ho ho ho, you think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. Eek! My charm has no effect! The demon of due process? Not sure I can see that one. Now, you little scamp. Yes? I trust you know why you're here. Bags. Bags? Oh, that tricksy tanuki? Try the noodle stand, and go enjoy a big bowl of tanuki tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian. No, I meant your bags. The ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Aski Arai away. Aski Arai? The yokai that washes Aski beans? The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off. Aski Arai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore. Is that so? Well, thank you. Looks like Prosecutor Blackwell got more than he bargained for. They were bad enough alone, but together those two are just plain creepy. Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenma Taro when you discovered the crime scene. What Jinxie saw. Did I see Tenma Taro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, shiver, I saw, yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room. She's probably talking about the statues. So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Shiver. Lots of them. Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tenma Taro happen to be among them? I don't know, I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Nurikabe, Seito Taisho. Heck, they were all there. Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony? Yerk!
Hold it!
Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course. What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. You sure you know what you're doing, Athena? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying here have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Can we let Miss Sykes proceed? It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. He'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land. I'll show you. Did I see Tenma Taro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, shiver, I saw... Now I remember. Yokai! Right there in that room! Found something. Looks like an out-of-control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this? It's one of Widget's functions. Right here, you can see images and motions extracted from the witness's voice. Whoa! You mean that little thing can do all this? Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy.
Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess.
So, all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions?
Yes, that's right. Her fear has instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear.
So she was and still is seeing ordinary objects as yokai.
We'll have to find the real cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now, let's see. Apollo, can you point at the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion. Finally, hit probe again to try and get to the heart of the matter. It was L and X. Okay.
Okay, let's give this a try.
Press the probe button, L. Point to the monster cat.
Got it!
Jinxie, what's the name for that yokai on a Wheel of Fire?
That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans.
It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation.
Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on a Wheel of Fire.
I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could she have possibly mistaken this for Akasha? I mean, if it's not this, then it's this. Or this.
Take that!
Okay.
Take that!
The light fixture?
This one right here. It has a flame design and is up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai on a Wheel of Fire. The Akasha you saw was just a light fixture.
That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now that you've got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest.
Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster?
That's Nurikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray.
That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen.
Eek!
And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just a statue of one.
Eek!
And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here is nothing more than a fox statue.
Eek! I don't know what I was thinking. You did it, Apollo. Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? A clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the Fox Chamber.
Right, there never really any yokai there. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of the original assertion. Wait, Jinxie, what about Tenmataro?
There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now.
You've gotta be joking! Order! Order in the court! I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do.
No! Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion.
Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet?
Exactly! We should be able to get something else out of her.
I'll enter the new information we have and run an update. Oh, there's a surprise now. There in the fox chamber, I saw Shiver, the alderman dead on a table, and Papa collapsed in a chair. Nobody else was there, and that includes Temataro. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Try to find the emotions that contradict her statements. So if I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out? That's right. But it's not just contradictory emotions you should look out for. You should also keep an eye out for sudden changes in the emotion's intensity. Her emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotion changes throughout the testimony. Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Okay. I can't tell which one it is. Okay, right here?
Got it!
This seems like an unnatural reaction. Really? Because I don't see it that way. So it isn't unexpected giving her testimony? Hello? Is there anybody in there? Just nod if you can hear me. Yes, there is someone at home, and that someone is going to try that again. Okay. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. Confused. This seems pretty rational. To be surprised at that.
Got it!
I don't know, it seems all, it makes sense to me that she would feel surprised at all of this.
Got it!
Okay, let me, try this again.
Got it! Got it!
I don't know. I don't see any other emotion.
Got it! Got it!
Wait, so it's sadness?
Got it!
Oh, it was the sadness. Okay. The amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs having given out from fright. Does something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I'll enter sudden burst of courage. Now, let's see. Ah, look!
Yosh? Apollo, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. A sudden burst of courage. Now where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this?
Take that!
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a 9-tailed flower there at the scene, did you? Ah! The demon lawyer strikes again! I can't hide anything from you! I found a small case with a picture of a 9-tailed flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it! You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene? That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce that evidence this instant. Sorry. It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh look, something slid out. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look, your baldness? Ah, this is none other than the master key to QB Manor. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackwell? It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key that went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that? Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder, which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is? Until Jinxie Tenma opened the Fox Chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world, and there was no one else in there save the victim and his killer. I trust you have figured it out for yourself by now. A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. No!
Objection!
How could this happen? Ah! The defense's assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations. Athena, you alright? I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do! This sucks. Sykes-dono, allow me to pull you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client in mere misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clear conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not going to fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. No, I'm the one who's dazed and confused. Can't even think straight. Hey, you're alright? You fell right into his trap. Now, I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed. Alright, I'll be back in 10.
Objection!
Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Apollo? Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is it you object to? Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena. The court is waiting, Mr. Justice, though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case? Well, actually I do. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Apollo, you do have something more than your cord to steal, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. But... I've got absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. I'm Apollo Justice, and this is a fact.
I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room. Because it's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box. Or in this case, inside the box. And what a doozy that locked room is, too. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument? You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another. Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono. Time to do or die, literally. The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room. You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine. We just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. It's wide enough for the killer to throw the mask down, but why would they do that? And unless they had some sort of mechanism... Wait. The chair was pushed over. Maybe they used the chair to vault up. But then there's the other person who came out of the chamber. In the full costume. That's for the air vent. It's up too high, and there's nothing you can stand on to reach it. And needless to say, the forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all of the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then whatever's left just might lead us to how the Fox chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. Through the phone! Oh no. I'm gonna lose health?
Take that! Take that!
Got another penalty.
Take that!
Another penalty. The phone.
Take that! Take that!
Huh. I'm stuck again.
Take that!
I have no clue. I don't get it.
Take that!
Okay, I'll try the air duct this time.
Take that!
is the answer?
Take that!
I don't know, it seems like it would be this would be the answer.
Take that!
The hallway door. Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on scene was within that locked room. How would one exit the fox chamber and then lock it without a key? Should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right. I can understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but... Well, Mr. Justice, the prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you have explained yourself quickly. I'm fine. I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked was because... Damn. I've already saved 3 times in the past 6 minutes. We don't have any evidence of that. The perp locked it from outside? When? Mayor Tenma locked it himself after the killer fled the scene, just in case the killer decided to return. That would explain why the room was locked. Yes, I see. Then again, wouldn't Mayor Tenma have mentioned that himself? Oh, maybe he slipped his mind because of that blow to his head? Oh, shit. I've already considered and investigated such possibilities. You have? The mayor's fingerprints were not found on the door or its doorknob. The only fingerprints found belonged to the alderman. Ergo, the mayor did not so much as touch the door. Shit. The perp locked it from outside? What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the... Oh. So it locked itself? Maybe the door closed accidentally on its own. The killer will never be identified. We attribute key moments to mere chance. Perhaps that spear just happened to fly off of the wall and impale the alderman too. And perhaps that sedative just happened to make its way into his coffee. Mere chance could explain any number of things. Oh shit, so it was the thing before. What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it- Youch! Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked fox chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of fact. Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside, but the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both. Like how the key could be inside the room and be used to lock the door from outside. Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Slipped it in when the door was opened. Maybe someone threw it in from the hallway when Jinxie opened the door? That would explain- Ah! Perhaps we should ask the little scamp herself. When you opened the fox chamber, did you witness anyone throw the master key inside? Sorry, I didn't see anyone else there. Oh. What a pity. Or perhaps you intend to accuse the witness of murder. Oh, shit. I got another penalty. Damn it. I'm having a hard time with this deduction. Okay, let me skip through all of this. Threw it in from outside. What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back into the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. And where would you throw it from? There was a cliff outside the fox chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right! Ack! I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window? Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window? I'm saving again! Could have done it through the air duct. Right? It doesn't seem very long. I mean, it doesn't seem very short.
Take that!
The air vent. Yes, the air vent... Yes, the window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right! The fox chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway. That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the fox chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. Ah! That's preposterous. Ooh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly. Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused. Don't worry. I'll explain this so even your honor can understand. First, the real killer disguised as Tenmataro murdered the alderman in the fox chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. All that was left to do after that was go back through the air duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer? Amazing! Even I could follow that. The judge seems really pleased. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Tenmataro, and there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, it looks like that lawyer's being the jailbird prosecutor. Whoa, that was a total turnabout. That massive forehead of his is so much more attentive now. Order, 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 I say. Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence!
He did another silence. A valiant effort, Justice Dono, but your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after I left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and watch right out through the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the... Youch! But that is impossible, without being spotted by the foyer security camera, that is. The electric eye here would have captured any... The electric eye is a nice way of putting security camera. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there is no sign of Tenmataro anywhere in the security footage. What? Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there? I don't feel so good. Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence!
Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliff side of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. No! Wait, the killer didn't escape out the foyer window? What the heck, right? Ha! I suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset. That would mean the killer really was a yokai. If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be. What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly? Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cords of steel. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Your Honor? What evidence do you have that the killer flew away? I know what it is, but let me save anyway. In case I fuck up somehow. Take a look at this special edition paper. Tenmataro, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo was the killer shortly after they fled out of the window? Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting. Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer disguised as Tenmataro flew away. You know, by some way or another.
Silence!
It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice. Okay then, how about the Tenmataro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air? No, there is a rational common sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai our Trixie Tanuki witness never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now, the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time. Gulp. Not good. Not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants in the appearance of Tenmataro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma! Ah! No! Order, order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever. The little scamp was no doubt simply trying to protect her father, and it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out of the window. Did you truly believe this could end any other way? Did we fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? Our case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one. Bailiff, seize her! It is time I interrogated her as the samurai of yore would. Is it Phoenix right? No, the father! Mayor Tenma! This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul? Tenmataro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor, it would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you have been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook her little yokai farce. Confess? The defendant intends to confess? Wait! Apollo! Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again! Mayor Tenma, no! Don't fall for his twisted words! If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone! The real killer is... Mayor Tenma is going to confess unless we do something! But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away. What else do we have in the court record? still have quite a lot. This, that's 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. We still have 6 pieces of evidence we haven't used yet. Caw, caw, caw! Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time for my return. Uh-oh. I should watch what I wish for. Caw, 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 caw! Foolish mortals! I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek! Mayor Tenma? Silence! I am Tenmataro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber! Behold! The return of the Demon King! What the? Demon King? Well then, I think it's time for me to... take a vacation, is what the judge said. The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenmataro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? And that is the... Oh, shit. Let me go, take a short break then. Okay, I'm back now. Are you saying you're the Tenmataro? The yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenmataro, you say? Ha! What nonsense! So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now? Ka! His body is now mine! So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filch saw, and the one captured in the newspaper photo, those were all you? The accursed power of these warding charms prevents me from revealing my true form. Your baldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt? Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented. Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned. Huh? What? You claimed the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along. Ah! Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be a real in a manner of speaking. For the alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma. And the yokai at the scene? That too was Mayor Tenma. Or should I say our dear Tenmataro? The pieces have all fallen into place. How so, Prosecutor Blackquill? It seems I must spill it out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the fox chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter, Jinxie Tenma, stumbled on the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenmataro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. The newly freed Tenmataro then fled from the fox chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenmataro.
Objection!
But when we arrived on scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How is that possible if he was supposed to have flown out the foyer window? Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of QB Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenmataro? Oh, ah! Ka! That too is easily explained. Flew about four times did I, but presently tired, I made it for the Forbidden Chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the fox chamber, and I knew no more. It would seem the pieces are still in place. Is Blackpool up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real live? The rumor about Mayor Tenma is true? I knew yokai were real. You mean he really did kill the alderman just so he could release Tenmataro? Order! Order! Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. If Simon says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your baldness. This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenmataro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I have no choice but to...
Silence!
This is the dark age of law where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. Hey, I don't trust prosecutors! Defense attorneys are mostly on the up and up. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence!
Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yolk guy before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but... Whoa! Ah! What's wrong with him? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. Huff huff. What in the devil was that? Fulbright! Have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? Ha 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 ha! It seems you have found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. Ooh-wah! Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case, ahem. This concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned. To be continued. Woo! That was tiring. So many wacky characters. My voice is blown. So there were 6 cases in Dual Destinies. We're on the second case. We're in the middle of it. We're gonna finish on Sunday, and then if we get finished early, then I'll start investigation for case 3 probably. It looks like it takes place at I don't know, a high school maybe. And then the 4th one takes place after the events of the first case. And then we just continue that way, I guess, until the last case. Special episode has pirates. That's interesting. And the Spirit of Justice. Looks interesting. We got a Magician's one. A return of our favorite, what's she called again? I forget. Okay, anyway. That's the end of the stream. Yeah, I'll just end the stream here. Bye-bye, everyone. See y'all tomorrow for... Let's see if I can get to Shin Megami Tensei.